Good evening. Welcome to another edition of the 411 Talk Zone radio show, Red Pill Edition. My name is Leon Jones, and in this segment, we're going to talk about something that you hear going around these YouTube streets or you hear outside of the YouTube streets. And what I'm going to talk about tonight, talk about red pill. I'm going to talk about the blue pill. I'm going to talk about passport. I'm going to talk about other issues as well. Now, I'm going to just go into the topic real early tonight. And I'm going to have a few individuals that I know very well. They're going to come up, they're going to chop it up with me. And you might be familiar with them, you might not be familiar with them. And the gentleman I'm going to present going to be my boy Matt Coley, Guy King, and shout out to Trader NBD. Shout out to Celine. Salute to you. Salute to Peoples Hernandez, Phi Beta Sigma. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you aboard. Anybody who has a channel out there, I want my mods to drop it in the chat so everybody could subscribe to the person's channel, because I want everybody to get exposed here, because YouTube is hard work, like I said last night. I'll be dropping the link in the chat as well. But I'm going to get into the topic right now, because I was listening to, and shout out to Brother Ringo TV Raw, and also shout out to Jessica X. And the reason why I'm bringing these topics to the forefront, you've heard of that term divesting, of course, and you've heard of swirling. You've also heard of the term modern women. Of course, that term modern women was also coined by Tommy Jean, my sweet chocolate, sitting up here, because we were talking a long time ago about what is modern and what is not modern. Now, when it comes to dating here in the 21st century, should you take women out on dates? Should you take women out on dates? That's a question. And that's a very difficult question. Now, I say that because, for the most part, I can have my own theories and opinions, but individuals, they're going to do what they want to do. Now, I'm going to share my screen, and what I'm going to do is get you some of my guides to dating, and this is what I wrote up here. Okay, as a man, when it comes to dating, some of you may be able to see it, some of you may not be able to see it. Well, it's up. These are the rules that I came up with. Some are extreme and some aren't. And I'm going to go over them bit by bit, because you're hearing this term called passport. You should go overseas. But as a man, when it comes to dating, you should have standards. And a number of men don't have standards. And standards are very important. Now, the first rule of thumb that I see when it comes to dating, and this is just me, is for a man, do not make her your all in all. Wait 90 days or less to see what a woman is willing to do, participate, reciprocate. And I'm talking about Is she willing to pay for movies and other entertainment? Is she willing to invite a man out? Number of men make that first mistake, and it costs them. There's a benefit cost ratio. That's how I measure everything. And also measure how she's going to be toward you, because with men, there are a number of selfish women out there as well. And that goes to number 2. Don't cater to her ego. Don't chase her for dates. There are a number of desperate men out there. And of course, if you're a woman, you just put this guide to dating in reverse. And the reason why I say don't cater to her ego is she gets enough compliments, especially on DMs. And even if the woman or lady is undesirable, she's on Instagram, TikTok, OnlyFans, and she has a lot of men DMing her, telling her how good she looks. So her ego is already filled. And at the end of the day, you're even making her more and more narcissistic, plus you're giving her more options. Now, I always say this: if it's a first date as a man, again, there's some individuals who say don't date modern women, but in the long run, a number of men, a number of women are still going to go out on dates. I'm just giving you my rules on what I do or what I would do when it comes to dating, because it is a money issue. It's also a time issue. I come up with this acronym called MEET. Stands for money, energy, emotions, and time. You are investing yourself in a person, so you want to make sure that person is about you. And this is why I said you take her to an establishment that's expensive. And number 4, what about goals? You ask her what her long-term goals are, and you make sure her goals are realistic, because you have a number of individuals out here. I call them bilks. A bilk is somebody who wants men to take her out for free dinners. And you can tell how this woman is, because this woman is going to do some little kid or some, I'm just going to say this, some selfish behavior. She's going to have friends calling her, because a lot of women carry their phones out. And again, I'm not beating down women. I'm just telling you from a man's point of view why guys need to have standards and why guys need to be on their best behavior when they go out and date, because a number of women are not stupid. A number of women know that men want sex. The rules that I came up with are for men who, in my humble opinion, aren't looking for sex on the first date. Because when it comes to getting it like that, it may not be that good, and you may have wasted your time. So again, number 4, you want to make sure that her goals are realistic. And guys, here's something else. You got to make sure that your standards and beliefs are also realistic, because some of you are very superficial. And again, beauty can be very vile. Just because she looks good on the outside, it does not mean that you're going to get something on the inside. Now, I'm going to go ahead. I got a few of my partners up here. I'm going to go ahead and add them to the stream right now. What's up, brother?
What's up? What's going on, brother Jonesy? What's happening?
Hey, long time no see, man. Hey, I'm going over my rules of dating. And brother Matt, since I've known you for a long time, and shout out to you, you know I'm going to want your take on this. And
Oh man.
all right.
I
wanted
mean, before I even say anything, am I allowed to cuss? Because that's
hey, you can
that's my
hey,
primary language right there.
hey, hey, this is it. This is it. You a YouTuber just like I am. So say whatever you believe in. But what do you believe of these first rules I just explained?
Well, I mean, it all depends on if you're looking for the quality of woman that you're going for. I mean, if you want a dumpster dive, then I mean, by all means, you just go for what you know and get what you get out of it. But if you want a quality woman, then you gotta you gotta roll with the punches and sacrifice some shit and deal with some shit, not all shit, some shit, and act accordingly to eventually get what we all, like you said, we all want the pussy at the end of the day. We all want the pussy. It's like, let's just be for real, man. I'm not sitting here spending time and money on you just to fucking get to know you, and that's that. No, I want to bust them draws. But there's a way of going about things when you're going towards a quality woman. But your rules of dating are definitely on key. But like I said, when it depends on the quality of woman that you're going for.
It also depends on a quality relationship. And while you're on that, brother Matt, I might do this next week. So I'm definitely going to need you in this one because although I don't believe in it, a number of guys are doing it. You know what I'm about to say. You call it something different. I call it smashing and dashing. You call it something
Oh,
different.
pumping and dumping.
Okay. I actually have some rules on that as well. You got to be here for next week's stream on that. And let me move on here and give you some more of these rules here because these rules are definitely pertinent. Um, brother Matt. Now, here's one thing I believe. What about asking her what she can bring to the relationship other than her body? What do you believe? I believe that if she's a quality woman, so she says she is, she should bring absolutely more than what she can produce physically. Because if she's going to be your so-called woman, how is she going to enhance your life? A lot of times, number of women wants you to enhance their life. Now, what should she do when it comes to enhancing your life? Okay, let's say you get you get your nut sack cleaned out. What happens after that? Where do you go
Oh
from there?
well, you get your nutsack cleaned out, and she go make you a sandwich with a nice cup of Kool-Aid, and you eat your food, you drink, and take a nap. But no, uh, nah, man. You know what, man? Because I've been in a couple different situations so far, and it all boils down to this, man. What a woman can bring to the table, just bring your A game as far as being a woman. Don't try to compete with the man. Just be a lady, and inspire your man to be the better or best version of who he is, so he can go out there and feel good when he goes up against the wars of the world. Because the last thing a man want to do is feel like he's coming home to a damn war a battlefield. All a woman really it's simple, man. Because with us men, it don't take much to satisfy us and keep us at a common ground. But when you got to deal with all that combativeness, that pushback, that malarkey, and all that masculine nigga shit that a lot of these fucking women, to these modern day women, be doing, man. It's almost like, what? I'd rather just jack my dick, shoot my load, wash my hands, and go on about my day by my goddamn self. But when you got a woman that can actually just be calm, peaceful, and do her duties as a woman, which is just to inspire her man to feel good and make him feel like he's the best version of who he is, and he's going to go out there and do better, and just make him feel at home. I mean, it don't really take much after that, man. Yeah, honestly, because a man gonna do what a man got to do to provide, protect, and lead, and make sure his foundation is straight. All the woman got to do is just, you know, follow suit, or enjoy the ride, and do her womanly duties.
All right. Next, I got my main man right up here. What's up, brother Guy King?
Oh, God King.
Yes, indeed. You there, brother God King? You got to unmute here. Let me. All right, brother God King, what's going on? You got to unmute yourself. Well, go ahead, brother Matt. He's still in mute mode there. Um, but but also something else that we need to know. And I will be putting the link out, inviting more people to the panel. So stand fast there. Stand fast. Okay. Also, going over to what I just mentioned. All right. What about communicating? When you communicate with a female, should you
Well,
speak directly to her or should you lie?
well, that all comes with the quality of the relationship. You know, you want effective communication amongst each other, but when you speak and you want to make sure you speaking to her and not at her, so she gets a clear understanding of where you're coming from. You know, because a lot of times us men we don't like repeating ourselves. You know, a man, not a boy, not a male, a man. We don't like repeating ourselves. You know, we like to be understood once we mention what we have to mention, and that's that. You know.
Fair enough. That relevant. That's true. Let me see if I can get brother Guy King up here. John, he's still muted. Let me. I wish I could let him know he's muted. You got to unmute yourself, brother. All right, brother Matt, while you up here.
Hey man, you know we can keep the gears turning. Let's go. I've
All
been
right.
I've been out of this for a while, but I still got a little something in the tank. Come on.
All right. I'm gonna bring it. I'm gonna bring it. Well, now here's something I believe in. I asked her what type of family structure she comes from, and I'm gonna tell you why I asked her that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, because a number of them, let's just be honest with you. Some of them are grown, they're living at home with their mom and dads. And, what do you think they think of us if we're living at home with our moms and dads?
Well, you know they think, oh, that nigga ain't got his shit together. He a bum ass nigga, or he can't get right, or something wrong with him. And a lot of times it's not even the case. You know, a lot of times it's not even the case, man. A lot of times it's just we're just comfortable with what we're doing, or we got options to do what the fuck we want to do, or sometimes in certain instances, sometimes you just at home caretaking for your elder one because you don't want them to, be by themselves or die off alone. So you're just there as that able body to just keep them afloat until their time comes.
Right, right. Well, I believe that. I believe that as well. Trying to again, I'm trying to see my boy Guy King. He's still, for some reason, he's still muted. I wish I could. I wish I could um, try to unmute. Let me try to unmute him because he's got some good good content. Um, yeah, he's definitely muted. I'm yeah. Hold on one moment. You're muted. All right, I had to put it in my chat here. I don't know if we can. All right, all right, Matt. This one's for you, brother, and this is from Celine. Now she's more into the Bible. I believe the Bible is the best manual for relationships because God gives checks and balances for both the husband and wife. What's your take on that?
Ooh, we're playing with religion, man. We're playing the book here. I mean, everybody has their beliefs, so I'm not really going to touch on that, but everybody's entitled to their own opinion as well. Um, the book is the book, and it is what it is. What's written in it is what's written in it. If you choose to follow and lead your life by the book, then so be it. Again, everybody has their own beliefs, So I really don't touch too much on the biblical thing because a lot of times that conversation doesn't sit well with certain parties. But again, everybody has their beliefs and opinions on stuff. But you know, uh, you're gonna live how you're gonna live based on what you believe in. You know.
Absolutely. Oh, let me hit up Guy King again. Let him know he's muted here. Hold on one moment. I sent him the invite. I gotta let him know he's muted. He gotta unmute. He's gotta unmute himself. I just sent him an email. Just bear with me. All right, I just sent it out to him. But again, oh, there he is. There he is. He's coming up. Let me remove him here. All right. All right. There you go, brother. Welcome. Welcome. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Wow. Technical
Right.
difficulties tonight.
We'll get it on. We'll get it. We'll get it on. I'm gonna bring it right back up. All right, brother Matt. What about her bills? Should you pay her bills, adopt her children, or move in with her, or don't move in with her if she's still raising children? What do you believe?
Ah, man, honestly, man, the bills thing. If we're living to get, oh, well, hold on, let me rephrase this. Let me go alpha on this. If she's living with me, if she's living with me, because I ain't with no man living up under a woman. You know, if she's living with me being a man, I'm going to cover my end as far as the bills go in my household for me and my foundation that I'm building, which is a us thing. But also, I do expect her to carry her weight as well and don't take this as a free ride, you know? Because again, man's going to make sure he got to do what he got to do to make sure everything's good on his end and his plate is clean, whether it's by himself or with whatever he's building or built.
All right. All right. Okay. Got another one for you. Just bear with me. All right. What about if she can't separate womanhood from motherhood? Now, here's what I mean by that. This is the case to where she's overly devoted to her grown children, grandchildren, parents, and other family members. In other words, she gets involved with you. You're never going to be first. All the family events, she's going to want you to go to her family events. And nowadays, you even got to placate to her pets and her
Well,
job.
well, you know, I'm gonna light one up on that one.
Go
You're gonna
ahead,
like
bro.
this. You're gonna like this. You're gonna like this one. Woo! Well, brother Leon,
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I'm gonna
Bring it
say
out.
this much. Mm. My thing is this, and please stop me in my tracks if I'm wrong.
Go ahead,
If
bro.
I'm
You
your,
got the floor.
if
You got
I'm
the
if
mic.
I'm your if I'm your man, husband, whatever the case may be, if even if I'm your pusher, and that's some pimp shit right there, but whatever my position is as a man, if I'm in your life, I'm your primary. The moment I'm secondary is the moment we are no longer in existence. Because if you got to put, unless it's your child, unless it's the child now, because kids are innocent. But if you have to put anybody in front of me, and I'm the one, I'm the breadwinner, the primary man. I'm the one. I'm here for you. I'm doing for you. I'm showing for you. I get out, I sweat, I bleed, and everything, and I make this shit happen for us, but mainly for you, but for us. And you're putting me on the back burn for them motherfuckers. There's your time has expired with me. There's no need for you to have any type of placement within my circle anymore, because it shows me that you no longer You no longer appreciate who I am and what I do for you if I got to become second to you. Now, again, children are innocent, so I would expect you to put your kid ahead of me, but to an extent, because if that little motherfucker is grown, then hey, they got to learn on how to the same way we all learn. Get out there and fend for yourself. You know.
Very good
Okay,
topic,
got another
gentlemen.
comment.
Very good topic.
All right, come on up there. I'm glad you were muted, boy. You were muted. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother Guy King.
Yeah, what's up, brothers? This is a very pertinent topic for me because I've been running into a lot of these women lately who put everybody else ahead, and it seems to not even be intentional. Many times, it seems to just be something that's like a subconscious thing, to where they hold on. I'm sorry about the noise, but to where they'll put family members ahead, and they think you're just supposed to be cool with it. You
Right.
know, they'll put especially their male family members.
Oh,
Like, here's the catch. Here's the catch, because we talk a lot about not wanting to be with women who did not have a father figure, or the downside of being with women who were raised in a single parent home. Well, on the flip side of that, you got women who have very good relationships with their father, and many of these chicks always see dad as number one in their life. So that's something you got to deal with on the other side of it. If you're dealing with a woman who does have a good relationship with her father,
Absolutely.
y'all know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I done run into that a few times this year.
Absolutely. And how did you fare when you ran into that?
I just had to speak my piece. I had to make her aware, because, like I said, I don't believe a lot of it is intentional. I really don't. I think it's just the way they see life, especially if they're young, because I deal with a lot of younger women who may be inexperienced in relationships, early 20s age group. I just put it on their mind, because if you don't speak up, they're not gonna change, and some of them still not gonna change. Another tactic is get them away from their family. If you can somehow get her away from her family geographically, that helps too.
All right. In the chat, I just in my chat, I just dropped the link. I'm going to have to rotate individuals in and out, since I can only get 6 people at one time. But I had to bring a couple of my old YouTubers with me up here to talk about this topic. My boy Matt Coley, my boy Guy King, known as GK Supreme. And what we're going to be talking about, something that me and Guy King kind of came up with earlier, talking about SYSBM passport, red pill, blue pill. Now I'm gonna back off this for a minute, brother Guy King, and let's talk about the red pill. Okay, you happen to be one that's very, very familiar with the red pill, and this is the topic for you. And I want you to put this out here, because there are a number of people who don't understand what the red pill is. They have no idea what it is. They think they have an idea, but they don't. Give me your idea what the red pill is. I think he dropped off. Now, my idea of the red pill, brother Matt, give me the idea what the red pill is. What do you think?
No, I'm gonna go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna go after you. I wanna get your take and synopsis on it real quick.
Well, my idea of the red pill is, okay, you saw them, if you had the movie The Matrix. The Matrix dealt with 2 pills and came out in 1999. Talked about the red pill. We talked about the blue pill. Now, the red pill to me always meant that you were after the truth, no matter how good or no matter how bad it was. When you have the blue pill, you're more or less, I call it in the land of delusion. You actually you want to avoid the truth. You have this belief that, I'll give you an example with women, that they're going to correct themselves. But you notice, modern women, for the most part, most of them aren't going to correct themselves. Why? Because they like the power. Feminism has given them this delusional power to where they think they're better than you because they're getting chips from the government. That's the difference between the red pill and the blue pill. And a number of these guys, again, believe that women are going to change when you know they're not going to change. And a number of them also believe when it comes to the truth, let's say we have an earthquake. A number of them might not even believe we're having an earthquake, even when we're having an earthquake. That's what the blue pill is. The blue pill is still stuck on the imaginary world. That's what I believe. Whereas the red pill, you're actually seeing the truth. Let's hear your take on it, bro.
Well, a lot of, and this is a saying, they say, the truth hurts. And a lot of times, people don't want to deal with the truth. They don't want to deal with the reality of shit. That's why they have a lot of things out there like drugs to alter and swing you away from the reality of what's really going on in front of you. And red pill to me is, like you said, the truth. Dealing with the reality of what's really in front of you and what's going on, not being shaded and blindsided by the bullshit and just taking what's there in front of you and dealing with it. And again, you got a lot of simps, and you got a lot of beta males. You got a lot of B grade individuals out here that will just settle for blue pill activity because they're scared of dealing with the reality and the truth of what's really going on in society. That's why that's why there's a lot of people that hide behind different vices like drugs, alcohol, or even different lifestyles that they choose to live due to the fact that they don't want to deal with the reality of what's going on, what's really going on in this world.
All right, going back to something too. Okay, we're gonna go back to, and this is what Celine says. I know it's a scarlet letter in this space, but I support state-sanctioned marriage. I try to follow the Bible, and I believe government should sanction marriage. What is your belief in that, bro?
Marriage? I don't believe in marriage. Honestly, I believe marriage is nothing but a business arrangement, if you ask me. Because and I've caught a lot of slack over this. I caught a lot of slack behind this over the years because of my beliefs. Again, everybody's entitled to their own opinion and belief. I just feel as marriage is just a business is a business arrangement amongst two people because if you truly love someone, you could show it and do it without being on a piece of paper. Why does it take a piece of paper to profess your love for that person? You know, I've never truly understood the real. I'm not gonna say I understood. I just always believed what I believed when it came to marriage because I've seen marriages fail. I've seen marriages actually go all the way to the distance, but I still, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, it's nothing but love. And when it comes down to the marriage part, I see it as a business arrangement because then it's like you're connected legally. You're legally bonded with that person.
All right, in the chat, I just dropped the link. If you want to come up here, my guest here is a longtime YouTuber that I have known for a while. He goes by the name of Big Body Productions. And Matt, you tell him about your channel, brother.
Well, I've been on hiatus with my channel for a while because I've been doing a lot of I'm in the trucking industry and also I got a lot of different ventures going on right now as far as pallets and recycling cardboard goods and handling freight. So I've been shying away from the YouTube game for a while to focus more on my business and what I've been doing. And I'm about to get into medical transportation too, but that's a whole other thing for another time. But anyway, um, my channel is just strictly raw. I speak on how I feel about issues going on in today's society and feel free to chime in and speak your mind on it, whether it's good, whether it's bad, negative, whatever the case may be. It's just a free for all, say how you feel, do what you want type of channel, and majority of the times when I'm on there, I'm speaking I'm speaking about the things that the average person is scared to come forth and say, because again, a lot of people don't want to deal with the reality of what's going on in front of you. A lot of people like to be blindsided or shaded from the truth of what's really happening and don't like to speak upon it because they don't want to be shamed, ridiculed. Because it's always about the image. People are always worried about the image of shit. But when you got somebody as myself who doesn't give a fuck what's being said about them and can walk his own walk and talk his own talk, yeah, I pretty much don't give a damn what the outcome is going to be. But I'm going to basically speak my mind on what I feel or what's going on. And that's pretty much what my channel is about, man. I need to really get back into putting some content on because I shied away from it due to business matters. But I'm still me. Yeah, as you see, I'm still me. I ain't bit my tongue yet, and I ain't biting it now. I'm still me. Yo, hold on. Can't hear you, Leon. Can't hear you. Hold on.
All right. Can you all hear me now? Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Put a 2 in the chat if you can't hear me. All right. Thank you. Correction. I was muted. Thank you. All right, brother Matt. That was my fault with the technical difficulty. I was muted.
Okay.
I apologize that. Again, shout out to Big Mag for the $10 cash app. And brother Guy King, what's going on? You got to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I know. I was muted intentionally, sir.
Okay,
Hold
yeah,
on.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I got a little internet issue. But I
Okay.
was saying something earlier, but I don't even know where y'all are right now in the conversation.
Yeah, well, we're kind of mixing it up a little bit. We're talking about the red pill, and we're also talking about my rules to dating that I wrote up. Okay, and Matt was elaborating on, and you may have heard some of them, but you had told me about the red pill. What is your definition of the red pill? Because it seems to me that a number of individuals in this space don't have any idea what the red pill is, but they hide under the umbrella of red pill. You there, brother King? All right, we're gonna build it as we fly it again. Let me go back to my dating rules here. Um, Here's something else I say, brother Matt. What about when you talk to somebody on the phone? Okay, do you log enough phone time before you meet a woman? And then, if you do, okay, what are you talking about when you're on the phone with a woman? Do you talk about unwanted pregnancies? Do you talk about relationship ranking, sex, education? What would you
Uh,
What would you say?
like I said, I've been in some situations now where I've had to mature and evolve in my conversation with women because, I have a better outlook on things now than then. You know, I really grew based on situations of doing a lot of dumpster diving and messing with uh low grade women to where I want what I want now, and I know it's this type of woman, the standard woman that I want. So I tend to move a different direction in my conversation with women on the phone. You know, I my main thing I'm really big on is I need to know, and I this is a need. I need to know what your relationship is like with your father. You know, when it comes to these females, because that speaks a lot of how I'm going to be able to interact with this female. You know, if daddy's around, then there's a better chance of me interacting with you a lot more clear and cleaner than if you just a mommy's girl or you just a chick who was raised by her mom while she went to work. She let you stay home or run the streets or wherever the case may be, you know?
All right.
Because
Moderators, uh, put put the link in the chat for anybody who wants to come up on the panel. Open panel right now. My guest is Big Body Productions. He's a longtime YouTuber. Got my boy Guy King, GK Sigma. He's having internet problems, but we're talking about a myriad of subjects in relation to the red pill, passport, blue pill, men's guide to dating. It's a good topic. I'm not going to do a 2-hour monologue before I open. The panel is open. I'd like to get some of your take on what we've already discussed. And I'm going to move on, Brother Matt. And here's one thing I will say. You may agree or disagree with it, however you see fit in your experiences. Number 13, I say, don't listen to the rhetoric of her. I said rhetoric. Rhetoric of her not needing a man, or I am strong and independent, educated, and all of the delusional jargon that she hears from other women, because these phrases are used to give her the idea that she has some societal power. Also, make sure she isn't on numerous medications that can alter her behavior. Your take, brother. Got give it to me straight, no chaser, brother.
let's back that up. I mean, you want my take on what you just said as far as how I feel about that?
Yeah, what's your belief? Because you hear all this, I don't need a man stuff, and her rhetoric is I'm strong and educated, I'm independent. Come on, we've
Well,
heard about this
you know,
for years. Go ahead,
to
brother.
me, that independent shit don't mean nothing, man. Because when they're sitting there shouting that independent shit, they're not really independent, man. They're not. Because somehow, some way, they need to lean or depend on something to keep their day moving. And there's a big difference between independent and self-sufficient. You know what I mean? A chick can be independent all she claims, but to be self-sufficient, now we're talking a whole different thing, a whole different lingo. You know, like I said, I'm going to touch on some things later on as we talk, but you know, I'm in full agreement with you when it comes to if a chick's on all types of medications and all that. You know that all the way that alters their way, mood swings, and ways of thinking. You want to kind of shy yourself away from that because you know that could go left or it could go right. But majority of times, that type of shit goes left. You know, when it comes to women being on types of medications or sitting there giving you the fucking rundown about baby daddy drama or the last nigga, he did this, he hurt me this way, that's why I act this way towards men. You know, you gotta just shy yourself away from certain shit like that because it ends up being a very toxic situation in the end, man. You know, I mean, some people can adapt to that shit, but then again, it all boils down to what you were saying earlier in the beginning of the show: the quality of relationship that you're looking for with a woman, and the quality of a woman that you're looking for. You know, if you want quality, you got to filter out the bullshit. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Again, the panel is open for anybody who wants to come up. And I am actually, and shout out to you, brother Deacon Dave, you in the building. I'm actually going over the relationship rules right now. But if you want me to, I will do this. I'm going to go over, we're on number 13. If you missed it, I'll go over the first 12. Number one, I'd say do not kiss a woman's behind to get her attention. Wait 90 days or less to see what a woman is willing to do to participate in a date, such as help pay for dinners, movies, and other entertainment, and see if she's going to invite a man out. Number two, don't cater to her ego or put her on a pedestal or ever chase her for a date. Number three, if it's the first date as a man, you should decide where you will go for a meal and make sure the establishment is inexpensive. Number four, ask a woman what her short and long term goals are. Make sure that her goals are realistic. Number five, as a guy, we must have standards. Why should we have standards? Because if we want a quality woman, we want to be quality ourselves. And being quality yourself as a man and being rational, because you got to make sure that your standards are realistic as well. You will be able to, in my humble opinion, find the type of woman that you're looking for, and you don't have to compromise anything. I know compromising is in a relationship, but you don't compromise your beliefs. That's what I mean. Number six, ask her what she can bring to a relationship other than her body. Number seven, when you communicate with her, make sure that you speak directly to her. In other words, look into her eyes, and everybody doesn't have the same type of diction. Try to be tactful. Number eight, ask her what type of family structure and environment she comes from. Number nine, this is an infatuation answer. Don't get so infatuated with her that you're going to pay her bills. Don't even adopt her children or move in with her, particularly if she's still raising children or she has grown children living at home. Now, adopting her children is a no-go in my book, because if something happens, you will be liable for child support. Number 10, I forgot to do this one. Check out her behavior when you talk with her by phone or in person. And I say that, Brother Matt, to see if she's bipolar, schizophrenic, sociopathic, insecure, and narcissistic. That's one of my psychological questions. Number 11, we talked about it. If she can't separate motherhood from womanhood by being overly devoted to her grown children, grandchildren, parents, and other family members, don't get involved with her, because she will make you very miserable, because you will not be a priority. Remember, she always says we need to get to know each other. So if her attention is spread somewhere else, that ain't going to happen, Cap. And if you're on the phone, and we still do use the phone, make sure you log in enough phone time before you meet her. And I say that because you need to see what types of topics you're going to talk about, whether it's politics, and some of them might be uncomfortable, unwanted pregnancies, marriage, living together, sex, education, as well as morals and values. And then we got to number 13. We talked about don't listen to her rhetoric about needing a man, or I'm a strong and independent, educated, and all this delusional jargon that she hears from other women, because these phrases are used to give her the idea that she has the societal power. That's the 13 rules. And again, shout out to you, Brother Dave, Deacon Dave. And again, the chat is wide open. I'd like to hear some of your take on this. And depression too. That's right, Deacon Dave. Depression is a very big one. And a lot of people don't see these societal issues when it comes to her behavior, but they are very, very poignant as well. Again, let me see if I can, I'm going to put out the link again, trying to get people in here, Brother Matt, because you the workhorse, to see if they can ask a bunch of questions. All right. The link is in there. Click it on, because I'd like to hear some of your perspectives as well. The link is on. All right. We're going to keep going, Brother Matt.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Well, we got 65 of them to do, okay? And so it's 7:18 in the evening here, here in your state of New Jersey and my state of Indiana. Okay, number 14. When you meet a woman and she constantly talks about other people, such as her friends, family, kids, preacher, and grandkids. Now, this is what I say. It means that she hasn't had many life experiences or she is not up to date on current events, because the purpose of dating is to get to know one another. Also, if you're a mom, being a good mom doesn't mean you will be a good girlfriend or wife, because at the end of the day, you as a man, when you talk to her, she is basically ranking you at the bottom of the relationship. Let's say you. Got my boy Free Zone Lou up on the panel as well. Welcome, brother.
What's happening? What's happening? What's good, 411, man? It's good to see you in a minute, man. Yeah, you been?
Right. Hey, and you got my boy Big Body Productions on it. He's another YouTuber too.
Big Body, what's going on, brother?
What's happening, champ? How's everything?
Hey, everything is good, man. I'm just over here soaking in this good content, man. Y'all talking good stuff right now. I like it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got more. I got my boy Guy King come up. My boy Guy King. You got to unmute yourself, brother King. You still muted up. But yes, what do you have to say with the Free Zone Lou? What do you have to say about these rules that I've already put out? Now, like I said, I wrote these rules myself. Okay, wrote them all myself.
Man,
and I
they good rules. How many of them you got?
Oh, I got 65.
Oh,
now hear me out. Now hear me out on it. Now, it's just and this is just my gold standard, but each and every individual is different. So all the rules don't apply to everyone. These are just different scenarios that I came up with. That's how I established these rules.
They're good rules, man. I like it. Well, I definitely like it.
Well, what I'm trying to do is just keep individuals from playing the game so they can have a healthy relationship, because regardless of what anybody says, relationships are still important. If as long as they're healthy. So while I got you both on the phone, when it comes to any person, don't take a woman's kindness for weakness. If she's a good woman, her attention needs to be valued. Now, that is not a simp question. Some people might say, well, you're being a simp. No. Remember, she's also investing her time as well as you are. What do you think about that, Free Zone?
Yeah, man, that's actually the key. People really don't understand. You really made a good point, because people really don't understand the whole concept of simping. If you're not getting anything in return and all you're doing is giving, then that is what simping is. There's just it's going through these threads and all these channels, man. You know me, man. I've been hopping in and out of these streams and stuff.
Sure.
The amount of and just like the amount of feminine dudes that I hear that try to give relationship advice, which, by the way, these rules are so counter to what they're saying. Right. It's off the chain, man. It's off the chain.
Well, see, I wrote these up because I'm actually giving something on relationship. Now, I do, and Brother Matt knows me, and I got one hot one coming up, and I'll produce those next week. It's 33 of them. They might be a little controversial. I don't believe in it. Those are the ones my brother Matt calls it. I call it smash and dash, and Brother Matt calls it pump and dump. And those are going to be fire. I don't believe in the concept, but a number of men and women are doing it. So I'm just giving you ideas on how to protect yourself. Brother Guy King, you got to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm muted intentionally.
Oh, okay. Well, go on, brother. Chime in, man.
Brother,
I need your expertise, my brother.
I ain't no expert. I'm a student.
Well,
Student.
hey, good,
Hey,
brother.
Free Zone Lou, man. That guy ain't said nothing wrong, man. He ain't said nothing wrong. I just heard what he said. Everything he just said was on point. Absolutely.
Right.
All right, appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yeah, the thing about the simping, really simping, and I guess you may call it being a man or being a provider or just doing what men do. Sometimes it's the same thing, but then if you're not receiving anything in return, like Free Zone Lou said, that's when it becomes simping.
That's a
I
good
gotta
point.
gotta reiterate that.
That's a good point. Well, good. While I have all of you up, I'm gonna move on to number 16 now. Okay. Don't abuse a woman mentally or physically because you will end up with a felony and possibly a loss of freedom. The system is not kind to men. We'll go round robin on that. Brother Matt, what is your take on that?
Well, not just a loss of freedom, a loss of wages as well. Because if you got shit to lose, everything got a price. you know, you got to ask yourself how bad, and how much you really value the shit that you have out here, man. And I be the first to say, and I say it very raw and straight up. A bitch ain't worth shit for me losing, man. Fuck a bitch, man. If I gotta put my
Mhm.
hands on you, or if I gotta fucking get nasty with you to where it affects my finances, my freedom, or my sanity, bitch, bye.
That's it.
Absolutely.
Yep, yep. And that's a
And
big part. That's a big part of what it means to be a man. We need to bring back. There's a word that we need to bring back, and I've been talking to men lately, and it's a word that a lot of them don't know. The word stoic.
Yes.
Like we gotta bring, like, men are supposed to be stoic. And what I'm running into with a lot of men is that they let not only do they let their so there's two types. One is the men who let their woman fully control the relationship. The other one is men who let women control the emotions throughout the relationship. So and they're kind of different. We understand number one, you know what I'm saying, where the woman is just flat out just doing what she wants to do. But the second part is allowing women to push on your buttons and take you to a place where you're no longer stoic. Because a woman, it's your job is to logic your way through her emotions and
Absolutely.
take her in the direction that you want her, like the direction that y'all want to go, using your emotion or using your logic. And it's not that there's anything necessarily wrong with men having emotions. It's that you shouldn't let outside influences or the outside world dictate your emotion. So like my girl will, I wake up with my girl. If I don't feel like doing anything that day, I don't feel like doing anything that day. My girl, however, will see that it's nice and sunny, and baby, it's nice and sunny. We should go out. We should do this. We should do that. And it's up to you to be like, nah, I think I'm gonna stay in, or I'm gonna go out later. You make your decision, and she rolls with it.
Oh, okay.
And I think that art is lost because that ties in, like, when it's just chaotic and there's no structure and there's no order. That's where you have these openings for the emotional and the physical abuse,
Now,
because you you,
go
you
ahead,
know what I'm
brother.
saying,
My
because
fault.
your girl like they need structure, and that's what you bring in. So
Absolutely.
uh,
We're good. Got a comment up here from Jenny V. And it states that most women want the marriage thing, but for the wrong reasons. Gone are the days of commitment, and it is replaced with an expensive party and whimsical dance routines.
they want a man to commit. Women want the man to commit without her having to. Women tend to want the benefits, the traditional benefits, without her having to put in the traditional on her side or from her side. That's where we're at right now.
Mhm.
Right now, and this is across the board. It's not one race or one ethnic group. This is across the board right now. Women want the traditional benefits without her having to put in the tradition. One
Well,
side.
that's a good point because when I finish these, we might get into Brother King. You and I talked on the phone today. You were talking about why you got that passport because you're one who likes to go out of town, out of the country. But
Yeah, but I'm learning. Not to cut you off,
go ahead, brother.
411, but I'm learning in my travels that they're not a whole lot different.
Oh,
The more you travel, the more you learn the world is small. You know what I'm saying?
I do say that. Save that point. That's coming up. We're on number 17. If you ask her out, and this is just my opinion here, it's not simping. If you ask her out as a man, pay for the date. However, if she doesn't ask you out the next time, either she doesn't like you or if she wants to go out again, but she doesn't ask you out for a second date, don't go out on a date with this woman again. And I say this because, in my humble opinion, she's looking for a free meal. I want the panel to tell me what you think of that, what your belief is at, because there are a number of them today that are looking for free meals.
Can I say a little something
Sure.
on that? They don't necessarily have to ask you out, but they can do other things. They can
Like
invite
what?
you over. She can invite you over and prepare the meal the
But
next time.
let me ask you something, Brother King. What if she doesn't know how to cook? Because a number of modern women today, they don't know how to cook. You ask them to cook a ham, you ask them to cook a roast beef.
Yeah.
Many of them can't cook.
If she
Go
can't
ahead.
cook,
talk. They can talk some shit though, but they can't cook worth a damn.
yeah. I mean, if she can't cook, then you got to evaluate what are you trying to do with her. I mean, why date a woman that can't cook? That's just something you need to do. Look, what did y'all just call it? Smash and pass.
Smash
Pump and dump, baby. Pump and dump.
Mhm.
That's what I've
Hey,
seen.
well, let me ask you this: if
Go ahead, bro.
let's say you have your list. Let's say we have the list, however extensive your list may be. You're on a date with the chick, and she, you go out on a couple dates with her. You realize that okay, she checks all of your boxes, but she can't cook. Is that a hill that you're willing to die on, or you still got to move on?
You got a real good. That's a real good thing you bring up.
Oh, that is a very good thing. Go round robin. Go ahead, Brother Guy King.
Because
Start that off.
I've been dealing with that lately. Women that they check 9 boxes and one of them is missing. It could be cooking. It could be something else that's missing. I'll go with it. I'll take that L and deal with it if everything else is right. That's me personally. Because I feel like no one's perfect. I'm not even perfect.
Yeah, me either.
Hey, man. I mean,
But
Go ahead,
let me
brother.
say this real quick, and I'm gonna shut up. The thing is, though, she can't have 2 major flaws. That's where the problem comes in.
Okay.
See, for instance, if she can't cook, but everything else is right, we're good. But then if she can't cook, and
chill. Hold on.
she can't
I'm sorry,
cook,
y'all.
and then she got a slight attitude problem. Now that's 2 major flaws. Now we can't do nothing. I can't do nothing with that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's like if I'm gonna be willing to deal with a flaw, everything else has to be flawless.
It depends on what that.
Right. Let me get this comment up here because it goes back to something what I said. AC from KC, probably from Kansas City. Because we talked about dealing with other people when it comes to a relationship. I mentioned the family, the grown kids, the grandkids. What about female coworkers that I don't like and how to deal with it? Okay, we're talking about dealing with other because brothers, a number of women, and I know on a small token, men do the same thing, but it's a number of women who have to have a lot of people in their social circles to feel secure. What about
Hey, brother
co-workers?
Leon,
Yes.
I had a young lady friend of mine who's actually listening. She's listening from the other end on my phone, and she's hearing what's going on. She
Yes, sir.
actually want to know if she could comment on something. I told her.
I don't want to get on his podcast.
Nah, you were talking about the flaws. If a chick has flaws, right?
Hey,
Well,
hey,
go ahead.
Yeah.
go ahead.
He said, "Go ahead." Now you gonna make us hold and wait on you. See, now I got to go. See, that's the bullshit. See? Bullshit. You want to get up? You want to get up in a silverback jungle, but you want us to hold and wait on you. I got to go. See, I got to hang up on. I got to hang up. See?
That's
The
one of
bullshit,
the
man.
rules coming up too.
Huh?
All right. Number
Hey,
8.
but
Go
you know
ahead.
what though? In regards to this comment, I can definitely relate to that because I work in the medical field where not 90% of the time I'm the only guy. I'm the only guy present, and that comes with its blessings, but it comes with its curses too because you actually get to see women in somewhat of a semi-natural element.
Right.
And I've dealt with women that I don't like as well. I went through a point where so there's two ways that you can go about it. You can, number one, depending upon your proximity, you could just not talk to them. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Let them do their girl politics, all that goofy stuff. But another side of it too is using those experiences as I use it to study. You know what I'm saying? I study female interactions and stuff like that. Like I'm the type of person, like when I go to the club, I'll dance for a little bit, but for a lot
Right.
of the time, I'm people watching. I'm studying interactions. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm looking at two people talking, just kind of trying to figure out what's going on. And a lot of times, when you kind of step back and just kind of just pay attention to what they're doing, then what happens is that you'll begin to see them in a different light in a way that allows you to interact with them. So I got a lot of the girls at work, like they may not like that bitch, they may not like that one, they may not like her, but they cool with me because I've been able to step back and see, okay, this is the kind of women that they are. And if they are two-faced, I'm not putting all of my trust in them. So that really doesn't affect me. You know what I'm saying? Like I got my woman at home. So like
There you go.
you get that perspective. And I don't really have an issue with women at work. If they're that bad, then just don't talk to them. But at the same time, if you're not going to talk to them, take the time to study and see what's going on. See, like you have to evolve your mind in regards to the female psyche and those emotions.
That's a good answer. Now, number 18. You've heard of the term chivalry. Okay. Now, I'm an older gentleman, and when it comes to chivalry, I always believe in showing her chivalry if she has earned it. And I say that because it's not looking up to a female, it's letting her know that you are polite. And it also, you make sure in that light that she shows you the same politeness that you've given her. But as a man, you must earn it as well. Panel, what say you?
I say chivalry is for feminine women. Most women nowadays are not feminine.
Okay.
And Free Zone said something about him listening to a lot of feminine guys online giving relationship advice. A lot of the men are not masculine. A lot of the women are not feminine. If she's not feminine, there's no chivalry.
That's correct.
That's how I feel about it. Because that's that double standard thing where they want to be masculine, but then they want you to still be the man. That don't work.
So they want really your protection,
Yeah.
or they want traditionalism
Right. Like I
Yet they
said,
want modernism at the same time.
modernism from their side, traditionalism from yours. That doesn't work.
No, because that's cognitive dissonance. Those are mutually exclusive. Very good point. Joining us in the building is my man Big Mag. What say you on a commentary that I am giving tonight?
Yes, man, I'm listening and I think it is great. I think that the points that you have noted down there, because I honestly believe that, I'm a Gen Xer. We have gone away from the prescription or so to say, the ways of being men. We were men without the instruction book. It's kind of like and dealing with this gynocratic feminist movement thing going on here. Um, it's sad, but a lot of men don't know. And we do need to get back on code. We need to be about our business, so to speak. And, on the point of chivalry is, yeah, I'm a chivalrous gentleman. And there is a way to reciprocate a man being chivalrous, and feminine women have it in them, you know. Man, listen, my
Yep.
ex-wife, I remember being in the beginning, I would go to open the door. I had to tell her, listen, I am to open the door. Like, it's very impolite of you. It's not ladylike of you to run to the door to grab the handle. Well, I don't need anybody to open the door for, red flag I ignored. Because again, I was one of these Gen X not knowing the playbook, being told that, oh, she's a queen, give her everything, do this and do that. But you see where it got us.
And see what I'm providing Big Mag up here, you don't need a dating coach for. What I did, these are all the rules. I came up with them out of my brain.
Mm.
And yeah, we got a few more to go because men need to understand we can tell a man or a woman not to date, but they're going to do it. So what I'm doing is I'm giving you what I believe you need to know when you are dating here in the 21st century, so you don't get henpecked in the wrong direction. Now we go to number 19. As a man, you should know who you are and what you want, because a relationship isn't about just you. It's about you and your prospective partner. Let me hear what the panel has to say on that, because that's that's very important to me. Panel, what you got to say?
I mean, that's a very when you get to the crux of what men should do, and this is an issue that I find with a lot of men, is that they have no purpose. And when you don't have no purpose, number one, it's easier to talk to women when you have a purpose, because your purpose is what drives you, which is what drives them. And I think men spend too much time with trying to, get laid or get a girl, and not enough time on their purpose. There's a and I think I'm paraphrasing it, but there's a saying that says, if you focus on the money, the women will come. And it holds true. And you can change that word money with purpose, because with your purpose, a lot of times especially when you get expert level in your purpose, you'll find a way to monetize it. But that's to me, that's a big issue, man. Like, people who have nothing going for them trying to get with a woman, and they just keep hitting a wall. You just keep like, why can't I get a girl? It's like, yo, what are you doing with your life other than trying to get a girl? If you don't have no purpose, what is she gonna ride with you for? If she doesn't know where we're going, come on, man. Why would I hop in the car if I don't know where we're going?
All right, I'm gonna have two comments on this one. Jenny V says a woman's femininity depends on the man's masculinity. The stronger the masculinity, the more feminine she will be. And then I got to go to my boy Big Mag. He said this. He disagrees. A feminine woman is feminine regardless. Big Mac, explain that to us.
Well, femininity and masculinity they both exist.
Correct.
I believe that a feminine woman is going to be feminine regardless. There's not a switch or a volume knob that turns on up or down in relation to the masculinity. I believe they are two different things, and these things are lost in today's times. You know, I think that we hear it all the time in so many different ways. Oh, I'll be feminine if you're masculine. You know, the parallel to that, I'll submit if you're worthy of being submitted to. Like it's not the case. It's you're a masculine man and you're a feminine woman. There's no, it's not a seesaw. I can say that maybe there's more depth of of satisfaction when you're in relation with your partner. You know, you're feminine, he's masculine, or let's say, for instance, the feminine woman out day to day. That's something that you see. That's like an aura that's on a woman. You know what I mean? A man can tell that feminine woman from a distance. She stands out like she sticks out like a sore thumb in a room full of masculine women. It's not a thing that turns on and off. It's there. It's there.
And she comes back with she meant in the man who she's dating.
Well, yeah. Okay. Again, I think that if you're a feminine woman and you're with a masculine man, there are depths that you guys are going to reach just because you are those two beings. I don't think it's a degree. Like, you can't come back to being masculine and then going back to being feminine, depending on what the man is doing. It's either you're feminine or not, either you're masculine or not.
I think you're absolutely right. I think women many times try to push that burden onto the man. Well, if he was masculine, I would have been feminine.
Yeah. That's the freedom that they got nowadays. You know, the lack of accountability, the I don't have to do this unless this is done. And honestly, I think that they're spoiled. They're very spoiled. And then also, I take from a position. I'm coming from a position of saying that the good men and women get snatched up early.
I was about to say this, but go ahead.
So what we're dealing with, I call it the zombies walking around that are not in great marriages. So we're dealing with that.
Good guys always finish last.
Say again, big body.
The good guys always finish last, you know.
Yeah. You get left there, and the good women too who don't know, and again, it's like finding a needle in a haystack almost. And I think what's going on, there's a lot of people are going to wake up because they're starting to see there's beginning to be a blueprint on the woman's side. There's beginning to be a blueprint on the men's side. So those are the badges that people will be able to wear, and they can match up and pair off and get a job done if they want to do it. I know some people think that the cause is done, it's over. I don't know. The jury's still out with my opinion on that. I don't know, but I think that the savior of people is, getting back into their roles. Like Free Zone was saying, a man has to have a destiny. I mean, you have to have a direction. No matter where you are, if you're the janitor in a Starbucks, you still got to have a destiny. What are you going to do? I'm a firm believer in that. You have to be able to take care of your family if you want a family. Dating is dating, but if you intend on marrying, that's a different thing. So, get your shit together. Be real in the world about what you want. If you want sex, say, hey, I'm here for sex. If you're not, put out on the table like the plant, like what you got laid out there, Leon. Put it on the table, put it out. This is what I want. This is what's going to happen. This is how it's going to be.
Yeah, and speaking of that, moving on to rule number 20. Okay, now this is something that, because like I said, I did a number of these rules way back in 2011, 2012, added some since then. but this is when dating sites were popular. But you still have these apps. And I said, when you're meeting a woman on dating sites, make sure that she has pictures of her and only her at home. Also, read the profile carefully. If you believe there's something in the writing that is off base, go to the next profile. However, if she responds to your profile and doesn't meet her standards, politely let her know that we aren't a good match because of our differences in beliefs. Panel, what say you? I mean, to me, that's a very polite way of stating it.
The first thing I would say about dating sites is the majority, I would say probably 95% of them should not be taken seriously. The women you meet on there, if they're over the age of 23.
Okay. Explain.
I mean, just like the other brother, big man official was just saying, they get snatched up early, the good ones. So if they're on a dating site after
Right.
23, in my opinion, this is my opinion.
Oh, that's a good assessment. That's what we're here for. I mean, we're learning.
I mean,
So-
it's proof. To me, it's proof.
It almost sounds like it's like adoption. You know, when they're adopting, it's a weird angle, but when they're adopting kids, everybody wants to adopt the babies. The younger, the better. Once you hit like 7, 8, which would be like the adoption wall, I guess, if we wanted to put a word to it.
Yeah.
No, people aren't jumping to adopt. You know what I'm saying? So because they already know that, and to tie it into what who was that? Was that Sigma or Big Body said that?
May have been Big Body that said that, or we got all bright brothers on here. What say you, brother Matt?
What's going on? Sorry, I had a interruption in my service. Bring me up to speed a little bit.
We're talking about meeting women on dating sites. If she's not for you and she reads your profile and you read hers and you have differences of beliefs and you don't believe you mesh, do you believe that you should say that we have a different belief system?
Pump and dump.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I was going to
That's it.
Go ahead, brother G.
And that's like 90% of the people you meet on dating sites.
absolutely.
Right.
I was never with it, so I have no understanding of dating sites. I guess those times are gone, man, of just, the face-to-face interactions. I guess those times are gone.
If a woman had value, there's very low chances that she would need to be on a dating site. And if she's on one, she's usually on there for other reasons. She's not looking for what a lot of the guys, I mean, I guess you got guys that are looking for sex, but I'm saying if a guy is actually trying to find a relationship, which nowadays things have reversed, because what I'm seeing is more men looking for commitment now and the women are not. I know it used to be the other way around.
That's true.
You're absolutely right. It seems that well, we all know that men, by the time we get to 40 years old, we are like very good men. We settle out into being like powerful, real good men as far as earnings, as far as we're just stable. We get good at those ages. And one of the hallmarks of that is, you want the family, you want the commitment. You're done with the looking and the searching and things of that nature. Which is sad, because at that time, a lot of modern women are like they've already tossed in the towel about what they want, or they want it the way they want it, and there'll be no compromise. That's what the times have gotten us, where we are doing the things we should have done in our very early 20s or late teens. We're doing that in our 40s, 30s, and 40s. And it's like, again, in my middle 50s, as far as dating sites, I in the last couple of months, I went on a couple of sites, with friends' suggestion, put a profile and reading through profiles and everything else, looking at pictures, looking at me, likes, comments, all this other stuff. But what I see, a lot of these single women and I put the parameters of 45 to 55. So many of those single women are liberals. You see in their profile liberal, and me, honestly, there's no way in hell I would even date a liberal again. You know, my friend would say, "Oh well, you got to give it a chance. It makes for good conversation and all." I'm like, no, absolutely not, because you're displaying to me being an uncommitted person at this age and being politically liberal that you ideology at a fundamental level we disagree. We
Now
disagree.
let me ask you
But let me
something. Go ahead, brother Matt.
interject
Go ahead.
there, man. Let me interject real quick, man. See,
Go ahead.
this is coming from a younger cat that I'm a little in tune with the bullshit that's going on with a lot of this modern day bullshit, man. And thank you, Leon, for letting me know that I could cuss, because I'm about to do some cussing, man. A
Go
lot of
ahead.
these bitches just want to fuck, man. And a lot of these bitches on, they just want to fuck, man. Some real shit, man.
Yeah,
They just want to fuck, but a lot of them are worried about the image. So they don't want to fucking look like no hoe online, but they want to be a fucking slut once they finally get what they're going for, man. A lot of
exactly.
these bitches out here for the same shit we out here for on them dating sites, man. They want to
Exactly.
fuck or get fucked stupid real crazy and then go back to living their daily life as a lady. But they just
Exactly.
nasty and fucking trashy, just like us no good ass dog men that just want to get out there and lay their dick down real quick, man. These
You're
bitches are just as
absolutely
fucking
right.
filthy as us on them dating sites, man.
Bro, you're absolutely right. And see, what I've learned is that they want to be smutted out by a certain caliber of man. That's what it is
Right.
now. See, they don't want the dude who live in they don't want the dude who live across the street to be hanging on the corner with the big dick. They want a dude with a job with a big dick. They want to
Right.
I'm feeling it. I see what you're saying, and I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it, bro.
Well, good. While I have you on the panel, I'm gonna address Selena's comment. Women are more promiscuous than men today. Wow, they are promiscuous, but are they more promiscuous than men?
Yes, they
Yeah,
are.
I think so.
Go ahead.
They are. They
Elaborate
are.
on it, TK.
Well, you know what's been going around in the manosphere for years about the whole incel thing and the 80-20. It's only 20% or less of the men sleeping with 80% or more of the women
At any
So
given time, too.
at any given time. So generally speaking, they're having more sex than men are.
You know, I had an interesting conversation with a friend I grew up with who's a psychotherapist. He's dealt with, in this practice, he's dealt with more than a handful of young women, late teenage and early 20s, who have what he thinks, bona fide sexual addictions. And what he's found is that the chemical, what is the dopamines or the pheromones, whatever's released during sex that feel good,
That's
Oxytocin.
pheromones.
pheromone, oxytocin, there you go. It is actually a drug. It is a drug. And these young women are approaching it at the height of their sexuality, where, so to speak, where you're going to get the biggest hit, where you're going to feel the best off that hit. And it so rewires them. The value system is something he was saying, like he sees the value system in these women coming from great families and things of this nature. The value systems become upset because the behaviors that they participate in. He was speaking about one, I don't even want to say her ethnicity. She liked to be smutted out like the Mandingo thing, the Mandingo parties. She got exposed to it when she was in college through her fraternity. So she's 27 years old and she feels so shameful that she goes online, like the back page, the Craigslist thing she used to do, whatever, to make Mandingo parties, inviting strangers with a requirement that they have a certain penis length, and they just come smut her out. And she, suicidal with it. So it is, and it is, I can see it. I can see it, man, where, the promiscuity in certain people, how it's crazy. It's just crazy, man. It's hard for me to wrap my head around it. But go ahead.
Let me just say, I don't think that this makes women evil or bad or less than. I think this is the nature of a female. and I think it's always been their nature. But I think there's been times where society held their nature back, and right now society is not holding their nature back.
Absolutely right. And you've heard it said a lot of times that the best place for men and women are inside of a family unit. You know, they have to be protected from themselves. Not to say, not to say everybody, yeah, it's in their nature. It's in women's nature, just like things are in men's nature.
What
And
we're taught about monogamy, I don't think is actually true. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, you're right. Men are not, it's not in our nature.
And it's not in a woman's nature to be monogamous.
Right.
I don't believe.
Right, you're absolutely right. See, she must ensure the survival of the offspring. So we know that she can have sex with what she considers the premium cream of the gene pool, but then have the one who's going to display stability, take care of those children. When you look at it today, like I got to pull that study up for you, Leo, too. There was, because I went to look, I took your advice with the learning what to research.
Yes, sir.
I was looking for the stat. There was a stat I came across that in marriages in the US, when paternity became an issue, they found that 10%, 11% of those tests that the child was not the offspring of the father in marriage. And then like outside of marriage, about 30% of the paternity issues are not the father when sought out. So those are the ones that say, hey, I question if this is my child, I'm getting a paternity test. So
All right.
they want the physical specimen, they want the Olympian, but sometimes the Olympian is not going to be there. So they're going to get the guy who's stable with a house, a car, with the earning potential to rear those children. It's nature. It's in us. That's why men, when they do have a woman, they have to protect their domain.
Mm-hmm. I read that the Africans figured this out like centuries and centuries ago, and it was why they were matrilineal, because they knew that you could never really trust who the father was or who the woman says the father was. So they just went ahead and did matrilineal history on their families, because you know who the mother was, you don't know who the father was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Speak. And before we became agrarian as a people, we worshiped childbirth because it was a mystery to us. We just thought that the woman had the baby and that's what it was. And in the agrarian age, when we were able to settle in one place, we discovered that the father inseminated the mother.
All right. I want to thank my boy Osama. He's in the building. Thank you for the $15 cash app and panel. I'll address a couple of Celine's comments. I guess she was talking about women. She thought, and here's what the comment says. They thought I was lame and corny for a guy to want me. I would need experience, but I've always been marriage-minded from the jump. What say you all?
I would ask, how old is this woman? And is she married?
That's a good question.
She's 21 years old and she's not married.
You say 21?
Yes.
Okay. She's cool then. She's good then. If she was older, I wasn't gonna believe her.
This might be one of the few times that I actually say this, that in that particular scenario, she might be the prize. She might be the prize. He said 21 version. That's good.
Matter of fact, I'm going to go and read this next comment because she just said something you just said. Women thought I was lame for wanting to be a virgin. When I got married, it made me think it was psychotic for me wanting to marry. In other words, she's holding herself out until she gets married. And women think she's lame for doing that.
Like I said earlier, women don't want commitment anymore.
Yeah.
Generally, they don't.
Single women keep women single.
I've heard that. That's right.
Or I should say women don't want to commit. They do want commitment. They want it from you.
My thing with that is, why do you gotta be lame because you want to get married? You know what I mean? That's just your choice. But I mean, if you want to fuck, you're gonna fuck. I mean, but it's your right and your decision to when you want to give yourself to somebody. Me personally, I don't feel you have to wait and get married to give yourself to somebody as far as sexually. But what the fuck is corny about wanting to wait? Period. Though, I don't get it. I mean, some people are just cruel in some of the shit that they say. You know what I mean?
Well, brother Matt, it's probably some of those jealous women who did get themselves run through, and they're all beaten up like a used car. They got mileage on them. It's
Bitch
probably
got a bitch
say,
got a million miles on her pussy, ain't even hit 30 yet, lips hanging and everything. I know.
right. You know what I'm talking about.
Brother Leon, we often online we talk about marriage, and we're telling guys more often not to get married. It's not a good deal. But at the same time, we tend to encourage the younger women to get married. We can't do both.
That's true.
We got to pick one. Either marriage is not right or it is. Because for a long time, I've listened to guys tell guys not to get married, and then they dog the women out for her not being married. But which one is it?
You know what I think? I think we have enough information today. No matter your economics, get a prenup. You know what I mean? If you're gonna be with a chick, get a co-parenting agreement, get a prenup. So the protections, see, marriage, we all know, we all up here because in some way, form or the other, that the lopsided institution of marriage does not benefit us at all. So we're very lucky if we get success out of marriage. And that's what it is today. So yeah, I'm all for marriage. Get a prenup. Get a prenup.
What do you think about this, brother Osama?
What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Nothing much, man.
Matt?
What's going on? What's going on, Big Mag? And we got some brothers I never met before. Free Zone Lou, man. Good to meet you, brother.
Big boy, brother. What's going on?
Oh man, it's a pleasure, brother. And we got my man Big Body Productions. Good to meet you, brother. And GK. Oh man, pleasure, brother. Pleasure, brother.
Good evening.
And GK Sigma, man. Good to meet you, brothers, man. And salute to everybody in the chat as well. Once again, hey Leon, thanks for having me on. I just want to get that out of the way.
No problem. The gentleman, brother Big Body and brother GK, they're YouTubers. I know they don't come up here like they used to, so I had to bring them. We've known each other for a long time, for the last 5-6 years. So,
you know what, brother Leon, I get that because I don't want to speak for the brothers, but just unfortunately there's so much interruption and toxicity on a lot of the panels. Not all, but a good percentage of the panels in the Black manosphere. So I see why a lot of brothers just don't go on to too many panels. I mean, I'll come on your panel and I'll go on Little Big Nate's panel. That's about it.
That's it.
I love to talk, but I mean, one thing I'm all about, if you guys know me, I'm all about showing another brother the utmost respect. And just too many of these other panels, there's just a litany of disrespect, of talking over other brothers, trying to be intellectually dishonest sometimes. So I see why these brothers probably don't go on any panels. Like I said, I'm not speaking for those brothers, but I'm just glad because we've been prodding you this whole time, brother Leon, to come out with to come out with live streams. So I'm glad.
Pardon me, brother. I just want to give brother Leon his props and the words of him. I know he said this years ago, man. A lot of us brothers need to learn how to respect and learn how to disagree in a conversation, and a lot of things will go a lot smoother. And those were his words. And as you see, man, he only surrounds himself around the best, man.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. So, I'm sorry, Leon. What was the question again? We got a little sidetrack. You know me. I go on these little tangents.
We're gonna go back. Celine had a comment up here.
Okay.
And I was addressing the brothers with it, and women think Celine is lame for wanting to hold her virginity till she gets married. I think what these women are giving her a bunch of bullshit, if you ask me. Okay. And the brothers They know where I'm going to come from on this. A lot of these women who are telling her that, I know they're used and abused. Not by one, not by two, many. And they think she should be like them. And these are the ones who are bitter and miserable.
Well, I think the first thing, and I'll say this as somebody who's I chat with Celine all the time. I look at her as like my little like my little niece up in these YouTube chat rooms. So the first thing I would say to Celine, whether we're using her as an avatar, something personal, or just using that comment as something, as Obsidian would say on the jumbotron, the first thing I would say is, and this is something I've been promoting over and over and over again, is having personal agency, taking care of yourself first and foremost. And especially at that age, it takes a while to get it. But at that age, at 21, it's a very sensitive age as far as the cues from other people around your age. And I can only imagine what the Instagram and social media can do to the, I guess you could say, that digital peer social or peer pressure that could be unbeknownst on a young woman or a young man. So I can't really relate to that, but I would say just have that forthright and that wherewithal from within to do what's best for yourself. Because a lot of time people are going to tell you things due to jealousy, due to not taking the responsibility for the mistakes they made, or at that age, too, 21, you've only lived 1/5. I would say 1/5 of your life. People are getting older and older every year, and a lot of these young people that are in Celine's age group or in that same age group, they've had very little life experience, so they're just going to kind of reiterate what they have heard somebody else say, and not really have the step-by-step thought process to kind of understand differing attitudes and mentalities. So in that instance, I would just say you're doing what's right, and this is what men want at that age of 21, and having your V kept intact. You're at 21, your value is super high right now. So you just got to pretty much ignore what the detractors are saying and do what's best for you, and ignore the naysayers. So that's what I would tell anybody who's in that same situation that was
because she's
put out there on the jumbotron.
Yeah, on the comment, she's saying she's not antisocial, but at the high school she decided to distance herself. So some people might think she's somewhat of an introvert.
Can I let me partially disagree with the brother that was just speaking. I'm sorry, I don't.
That's brother Sama.
Sama, brother. Yeah.
Respectfully. And
all good, brother.
I agree with
respected up here.
Yes, sir.
No beef on this panel.
No, not at all. I think that a lot of it is men's fault because men do not require it. I think men's standards have dropped so low that men don't require anything like chastity, virginity. A lot of these guys, especially in our community, the so-called black community.
Guys, you know that, brother.
Yeah, so I think the women's attitudes somewhat are a result of what the men are willing to put up with, or what the men require or don't require. I'm not putting it all on the men, but I think the men play a part.
Do you think some of that? I see what you're saying, brother, but do you think some of that also has been that men are kind of adjusting to the climate, or the dating climate, and the interpersonal socialization that has drastically changed in the last generation?
I think that can be a part of it, but I still believe that, because I know guys that have access or the opportunity for better options, but they'll settle for, what comes easy, the low-hanging fruit, so to speak.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's an excellent point, brother. And I'll even say one thing. I will say, as a brother, like you guys don't know me from Nate's panel, but like my family's I'm Eritrean. Grew up around Black Americans, but my folks are from Eritrea. I'm first generation, and I can tell you. So I see things from different perspectives. And Black American brothers I'd say pound for pound, we are the most accepting of low hanging fruit, but sometimes we are femininity starved. 80% of the women in our community are overweight or obese. So sometimes you just got to kind of take. I hear what you're saying, brother, but unfortunately, when the market in front of you is not a favorable market, you got to just kind of take what the market gives you at times. And I see what you're saying, but you know, just the little pushback I'm saying is a lot of men, they might want this, that, and the third, but realistically, can you have this, that, and the third? If you're not willing to travel, if you're not willing to go overseas, if you're just a basic edition brother, if you don't have a flashy car, I mean, I'm 44, and I can tell you, I've been dating since I was 16, and I can tell you that's about two and a half generations. I mean, just the diabolical demands in society that women expect from men has gone up drastically. It's gone up way higher than that. You could say that of inflation. So sometimes as a man, you know, you kind of want something that's a little bit transactional. I'm going to tell you myself, when I was younger, I had a lot of beautiful women in my life, but now that I'm older, I'm a blue collar guy. Just sometimes you just kind of take what's easy, take what's casual, take that low hanging fruit. I'm going to be totally frank about it. I feel what you're saying, brother, but sometimes you just got to kind of be realistic with your situation at hand and how much you're willing to give. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think if you're gonna take the low hanging fruit, you can't treat the situation as if it's high value. You know what I mean? And I think that's where a lot of guys mess
Absolutely. Great point, brother. Great point.
Shout out to Little Big Nate. It's $20 Cash App.
Hey,
So
my man, Little Big Nate. You know what? I've actually been digging into this term. It's been stuck with me for like the past 2 weeks, and I actually haven't had a chance to really talk to anybody about it. So this might be a good place to really break it down. I have been finding out that people have very little consequential knowledge in the things that they do. So, like, you could take the low hanging fruit, but understand what the possible consequences. Like, if you get a low hanging fruit, you know, you can get them knocked up or something. That's gonna be a problem. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there's this weird danger in, like, there's a catch-22 with the pump and dump, because a lot of times, a lot of these women, like most of the women are in the pump and dump category. But if you pump and dump and, you know what I'm saying, a child comes out of that pump and dump, there's that whole can of worms, but ultimately the cycle is continuing.
Hey, brother Free Zone, when I get to the other rules, because like I said, I don't subscribe to that. I'm going to tell you how you can avoid if you do that. I call it smash and dash. Brother Matt calls it. That's why I got the name Pump and Dump from Brother Matt. So big body.
Right. So okay, cool. I guess I'm laying groundwork then. Now it's like I'm not against it, but it's like there's a certain way. Like you can't just, we talk about dick discipline on other panels and stuff, and you can't just pump and dump. Like even for a pump and dump, you got to have some type of standard. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead, Floyd. You got it, bro.
Well, I got you all on the panel. When it comes to men, just in the comment here by Celine here, she claims that men her age, and Brother Guy King and Brother Matt, this is since I've known y'all and we've had these talks, this is definitely in your alley. Say men her age wants a man that looks like a hooker but has the attributes that would make her a good wife and mom. They want women they lust to act like her, somebody that is not slutty. What say you?
I would
lady
say
in the street, but a freak in the bed. I'm sorry, that's just a lady in the street, but a freak in the sheets. That's what that is.
I would say she shouldn't be dealing with guys her age. Guys her age cannot lead her. Guys her age cannot provide for her. I'm speaking in general.
Okay.
if she's looking to submit to a man, she's really married minded, like she said, and she wants a leader and someone that can take care of her and someone who has a program for her to get with. A 21-year-old, 22-year-old guy is not going to be able to do that.
Right.
I
Well,
would
it's
say
it's
she
because
needs to
he's
be dealing with guys.
unstable.
He hasn't gotten there yet.
Right.
Even if he is on his way to get there, he hasn't gotten there yet.
Yep.
Correct. I agree.
Boom. You know, a 21-year-old who can take care of a family is a young man that came from a family with a whole lot of money. They have their nepotism built. You know, they're coming out of college, going into a job that the family has provided for them. And those are far and few in between. Yes, I agree with Sigma. You have to look at an older man. You have to look at someone who has it, who's walking the talk, you know, walking the walk, you know, who's doing it and who is set up to take care of a family. And yeah, that I think it was it Free Zone or Big Body said that, yeah, a 21-year-old version, that is a prize. that is a prize. You know, that's what we've been doing. Yeah, for millennia.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you a question.
Real quick. I'm not gonna do it.
No, go ahead. You got it, bro. You got it. No, you got it, bro.
I
Go
just
ahead.
wanted to speak on this virgin thing real fast.
Go ahead, bro.
I've had a couple of younger virgins lately, and I actually still have them, but I'm learning that it goes further than that. I didn't know that until these experiences recently, but if she wasn't raised right, that virginity doesn't have as much value as we think. We can talk about that another day.
Yeah, you have to expound on
that. Well, you can't get past a woman being raised wrong. I'm learning this firsthand from two different women that were raised wrong, but they had their virginity intact at age 20. One of them was 19, the other one was 20. And being raised wrong, being raised by single mothers, they still have relationships with their fathers, but they weren't raised by their father.
And that brings me up because we haven't gone to the rules in a while. We got to save some of the next week, but that's fine too. Rule number 21: we tend to live in this age of technology, and a number of relationships are decided via the internet. And if she just wants to converse on the site's messaging system or texting instead of having a phone conversation, now this is just what I said. If she just wants to text and talk on the site instead of actually having a conversation face to face, from my point of view, she isn't looking for a relationship, or she's probably involved with someone else, or she's looking to get her ego boosted. Yeah. Again, when it comes to these dating apps, online dating or utilizing apps isn't reality. It's just virtual. So it's easy to hide and misrepresent who you are. What say you all?
Attention seeking and looking for, what do they call it? The satellites, what do they call it? The
validation.
Orbiters. Yeah.
I was gonna say that they want a rotation.
Catch a stray. Yeah,
they want to build the rotation. That's the typical modern woman, the single modern woman today. They want commitment, but they know that they are unwilling to commit. So they want rotations. They want to make sure that every facet in their life is covered. They're doing, that's what it is. They want rotation.
That's right.
Yeah, I know a girl.
For every purpose.
I know girls that got a guy for the power bill, guy for their rent, a guy for their their car insurance, a guy for their. It's insane.
There was this one chick years ago. I was dealing with this chick in Brooklyn. I was seeing her casually. She wanted to move on, but there was too many things I saw that wouldn't allow it to move on. I eventually broke it off. But if she was honest with this, I can imagine what else lay beneath the surface. But she was telling me that this guy she would see on her way to work at the train station every morning. She would see him. He always tried to talk to her, and then one day, she let him smash. So I asked her, so, well, what made you want to? He kept saying he got a big joint. He kept saying he had a big joint. So I wanted to see. So you let a dude that you saw in your daily commute to work every day, who kept trying to talk to you, eventually you let him smash. But but to her, she was like, it's okay. It's par for the course to be that open and honest and doing what you want to do. And this is like 20 years ago. I'm like, wow, like this is real. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. But before then, I decided this wasn't going anywhere. She looked nice, and it was all just smash.
Wow. Any other elaboration on this? Because this is definitely big. Because anybody who's constantly on social media, you probably that's what you're going to do. Because again, just like GK said, she's definitely looking for some attention, and she's going to get it. And social media has brought out undesirable individuals, men and women, to now think that they have risen from being so-called average. Now they think they're dimes, which makes no sense. That's a form of delusional behavior. So, but let me get on to the next one, see what you all believe. Number 22. So we're 1/3 of the way through. A number of women, and I'm going to be paraphrasing it, although I wrote everything. A number of women believe they are the same as men. So what do? Treat them as equals. And I say that because for the most part, it's not a man's job to protect a woman. And unless, in my humble opinion, they're your woman. And I say this, if they're not your woman, they're supposed to be adults who are strong and independent. They claim they don't need a man, but they claim to be the same as a man. How would you all address that scenario?
I agree, except
Go ahead, bro.
the question comes up as to how does she really become your woman? At what point is she your woman? That's the question I have.
That's a good question. That's a question.
There's a country full of men who were divorced who thought that it was his woman.
You're absolutely right.
So brother GK, and I'm gonna take what we've said on other panels. Right now, it's just his turn. I remember you said that a long time ago.
Yeah, it's not your girl, just your turn.
Yeah, it's sad because
I was just gonna say that. Yeah, I that's what I heard coming up. That's actually one of the reasons why I didn't want to get married, because I was finding out that, like, I was told that all the time. So it's like, why would I marry a girl if it's just my turn? And then I can lose that. And then I could lose half on my turn. Like, nah, man, get out of here. I'm not doing that. But as I've gotten older, my mindset about that has matured. It's just mature. It's yeah, like that, and it's still, even being married, like there's still a certain ounce of truth to that, because like statistically speaking, what is it, like 70% of women who end marriage?
Yeah, it's about
yeah.
And let me tell you something from a person who left the marriage. The other percent, it's a huge number in the other percentage that just been driven the hell off. Because I know I initiated divorce. I was driven the hell off. And I know other men who have been driven the hell off. So it's a huge number inside that men filing for divorce. They've been drove the fuck off.
Men usually have to be driven off. Women just tend to get bored and all the other kind of garbage.
Yeah. And it's like, go get how Bernard Riley said, go get a man off the good man tree. Let me get rid of this one. I'll go pick me a man off the good man tree. But one thing I do want to say about that last point, Leon, there.
Let's go ahead, bro.
When you listen and hear, just when you hear people speak, the woman who says, I want a partner. I want someone who compliments me. I want someone who's going to help me reach my destination. They're telling you that they want someone to jump on their team. So it begs the question, yes, at what point are you my woman? At what point are you my woman? You want all the things of a traditional man, but you want to be the leader. So you heard it said before, they want wives, these quote unquote boss women. They want wives. They want someone to be on their program and do what they want, for help them fulfill their destiny. And I would say that it doesn't going to work out with a man who's a man, or a man who wake up and smell the coffee. They're not they're going, they're out. They don't want to deal with it in the first place. Because now that's my.
They want wives.
Yeah, they want
bodyguards. Who are bodyguards with a dick.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, that takes us to rule number 23. Okay, this goes back into the communications, because if you're a man, don't be the only one that's doing all the communicating via calling or texting. And I say this because in the long run, a number of them are selfish. Now, there are men who are selfish too, because if there are women out there, you just reverse this. But for women, if you're going to use these rules that I wrote, you got to be very, very you got to be very realistic. You can't add fantasy, because this is not about fantasy. This is about logic that I put together. And again, when it comes to the man, if he's the only one doing the communicating and she doesn't return your calls at a reasonable time, then from my opinion, and you guys can jump in on this, she's not emotionally available. Also, if she has work, family, friends issues, or she has other issues that aren't pertaining to you, she's not interested. How do you all see that? Let's give my boy, brother Matt, and I hadn't heard from him in a while.
Yeah, I was saying I didn't know my mic was muted, or you just might be an option. She might have a bullpen. You might be like number 4 on the list. She just ain't get to you yet. These women play dirty too. They play just as filthy as us men, man. You gotta read the signs, man.
It's a real good way to put it, man.
Yeah, that's it. I got a kind of a weird. I got a question.
Go ahead.
It's kind of along the lines of that, but I wanted to get y'all take on this. Which is more dangerous to the woman? The single, let's say the single mother, or the dysfunctional woman? So like, let's say like who was it? Selena in the chat, Grogu, 21 version. What's a bigger threat to her? The simp or the dysfunctional woman that encourages the dysfunction?
Very good question.
Yeah, very good
question. Whoa. Equally as dangerous, and I don't want to, I'm not trying to take it easy out, but that's equally dangerous, man.
Yeah, because you got dysfunction both ways.
I would say the dysfunctional woman, because I think the simp is definitely going to come to his senses a lot quicker than the dysfunctional woman is. Usually, a dysfunctional woman is going to have a lot of personality idiosyncrasies within her psyche that after a certain age are going to the odds of her really changing are slim to none. But most simps, after most brothers, I mean, I've done simpish things in my life, no doubt about it. I think the simp will definitely come to senses sooner or later. And I mean, this just the percentage of simps in the last 10 years. I mean, simping has gone down drastically. So I would say, without a doubt, the dysfunctional woman is a lot more dangerous than the simp. Now, don't get me wrong, the simp is a dangerous character as well. But as far as if there was a pie chart of danger between the simp and the dysfunctional woman, I would say it would be about 75% to the dysfunctional woman, 25% to the simp. That's my take on that.
I'm gonna chime in on this, man. I'm gonna actually say the simp. I'm gonna say the simp is more dangerous because the way he moves is going to condition that woman to feel like it's okay. This is what she deserves. This is what she feels that she should receive from every man. And then not only that, it just hold on. Let me keep my voice down. I'm in the Old Navy. It just fucks up the value of the pussy because everything got a price. And if you got a simp ass nigga out here, doing simp shit, then you got the low budget bitch that's actually going to think she's of some type of value and think her expectations is going to think like she's worthy, and she really ain't, because you got this simp nigga out here doing simp shit, building her the fuck up. Bitch, I met you. You was drinking malt liquor. Now you talking about you want champagne. Sit your bum ass down, bitch.
I
Hey,
think both of y'all made good points.
Son.
Both of y'all made really good points, I think. But I believe that probably more dysfunctional women have ruined women's lives than simps have ruined women's lives. That's my opinion on it.
can you say that one more time, brother?
Yeah, I said I think that probably more dysfunctional women have ruined women's lives than simps have ruined women's lives.
Well, that you got an agreement from a woman on that one, because Lean said on this one, a dysfunctional woman because she will make you feel bad for not sleeping around like you have no game. Now that's having no game is almost like a shaming tactic too. How you hear other men tell men, "Well, you're not getting no pussy. You ain't this. You ain't that." You've heard that too.
Right,
Now
right.
that's what women do that now.
Yeah, women do. Yeah.
They don't reversed it. They don't reverse the role.
I'm gonna go 60-40 simp. I think the simp slightly. I'm gonna go 60-40 simp because I think a lot of times, like a lot of dysfunctional women have become dysfunctional through simping. The simp has done that. But I also think, and I ask that because in regards to this rule, when you're talking about, let me see, if you, what is it? Don't be the only one texting and calling. If she doesn't return your calls at the reasonable time, which is within 3 days, she's not emotionally available. If she's got a bunch of simps trying to holler at her, what incentive does she have to even anxiously wait for your text? It's like, why, like the simp kind of kills any motivation for a woman to mature in a relationship. Because why should I'm getting the results that I want, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? So why would I switch up what's working? I want men around me. I got a bunch of simps around me. So why grow up? Why mature? Why change?
Can I add to that?
Yeah, go ahead and add to that, bro.
Were you done, Free Zone?
Yeah.
I don't want to
You got it, sir. No, you good, brother. You got it.
I just want to add that a lot of fathers are simps for their daughters. Fathers are a new simp we got to deal with now because I've dealt with a few of them where like he's doing things for her and then it affects how she is in a relationship. And this is a grown ass woman and he's treating her like she's 12, 13 years old. So it goes back to what you were just saying, Free Zone. She doesn't have any motive to grow up. Why grow up if daddy's still treating her like she's 12? She's 25, 30.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's coming up in by the way in some of these rules. In fact, I'm going to go to number 24 right now, and this again goes back to the profile issue. Whether you're on TikTok, Instagram, dating sites, and here's what I've experienced. If a woman answers your profile with hostility because she read something in your writing that she didn't agree with, I'm just going to say block her from ever responding to you again because she's going to use shaming tactics because you put something in there that's a red flag, but she wants to try to shame you to date her. And if it doesn't work, she's going to react to you like a little girl. A number of women are petulant children. What say you, panel?
But before anybody responds, Leon, could you just enlarge that because we don't have the header, so just enlarge it.
I don't know how to enlarge it. How do you enlarge it?
Go there and increase the text size or the document size, or hold on to command and press the plus button.
Command.
Yeah, touch the document first, and then touch command and plus button and see if it expands.
Okay, let me see, because I'm using a Word document right now.
Gotcha. Yeah, touch the document.
Let me see if I can expand it. Find the zoom. or let me see if I can hit Z all, which is
You have a touchpad?
no, I'm actually on a laptop.
Oh yeah, take the touchpad and take your fingers and spread them apart. Touch the document and spread them apart. Yeah, click on the document and take your two fingers and spread them apart. Yeah.
Okay.
Now take your fingers on the touchpad and just spread them apart like you're increasing, like you're
Okay.
winding.
Oh, wait a minute. I got something. Hold on. Let me see if this will work. You may see if you can see it much better now. I apologize.
Yeah, it's taking up the whole screen, but it's not a big deal. I just lean in closer. I don't want you to erase that, so get rid of that blue cursor, like you selected everything. So click.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that, y'all.
Oh, that's the head. That was the header. Let me shrink it down a little bit. I'm up here to 467% now.
There you go. That's what. Okay, so the percent. Yeah, it's again so you can read them when you go by each line, and I can see that. Yeah, go a little bit smaller. But I'm sorry about that. Go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead. Let me know.
A little bit less. A little bit less. There you go. Perfect.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. That's why I'm not God. I'm human. Can you all read that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. All right. Hey, I apologize about that. Thanks for sharing that with me, brothers. Okay. Let me get in so you can see what number 23 is.
We're on 24, brother.
24.
Thank you for that. You were exactly right. We're on 24. Okay. Number 24. I shared. Yeah, that looks better. Even I can read that. If a woman answers your profile with hostility because she's read something in your writing that she didn't agree with, block her from ever responding to you again. I say that because she's trying to shame you because there's something in her profile, like her having a child or her having grown children living at home or her living under her mother's roof, that is an indicator that you don't want to be with her unless it's for what Matt calls P&D. I call it SMD. You know what they stand for. Let me have your elaboration on that, bros.
Yeah, hey, let me jump in on that, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
A lot of times chicks, they just can't handle. And look, fellas, let's be for real. All men on here, all right?
Yes.
Sometimes we just want to get a fucking nut. You know what I'm saying? And that's where the pump and dump comes in, because sometimes chicks can't handle just that, man. Sometimes they can't handle just being a pump and a dump. You stick your wood up in them. A lot of times they get all emotional afterwards, man. It sucks, but it is what it is, man. Seriously. I mean, let's be for real. Not every woman is made out to be the one. They all got a purpose, man. They all got a fucking purpose. And then some chicks just can't handle that, it is what it is. They can't. There's nothing wrong. I heard somebody said something about they weren't really feeling the fact of the terminology pump and dump. But I mean, let's be for real, man. Every man gonna be a man, and every man got a point in life where they just want to get a nut. And if that one individual woman, hopefully, be the one to fulfill that deed, I mean, it is what it is. That's what it is. I mean, shit, we all serve a purpose, man. Prostitutes serve a purpose. A waiter serves a purpose when he serves your food. A janitor serves a purpose when he has to, clean his facility. We all serve a purpose in somehow, some way. It is what it is. It's just, at the end of the day, I call it pump and dump because that's just what the fuck it is, man. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Brother Leon calls it smash and dash. I call it pump and dump. But when it's said and done, what are we doing? We're just fucking squeezing our load to get our satisfaction and going about our business.
Hey, brother Matt, there's another term I use too, and you're gonna like it. Human toilet.
Oh yeah, I call it the cum dumpster. I call it the cum dumpster, man.
Yeah, the human receptacle.
There you go. I mean, I had to, this is the truth, and I'm putting it out there because a number of individuals are really afraid of the truth, and when you come here, I'm going to give you the truth. I mean, like I said, I wrote all this up. myself. Now, here's something we're gonna get into number 25 now.
Hey, hey, Leon, can I add on to what
Yeah,
brother Big Body said? Is that
sure,
cool?
go ahead, bro.
Hey, Big Body, I agree with you 110%. And this is something I've been trying to reiterate on every stream. Listen, man, it's not just with dating, everything in life, it suits a purpose. This whole
Right.
ideology where everybody thinks they can have whatever they want, whenever they want, is just a crock full of ish. Okay? In life,
Right.
everything, point blank, bottom line, period, has a trade off. Nobody, I repeat, nobody is going to have it all. Now, men, we're a lot more realistic about this, but just in general, and brother, I like the way you put it. A waiter, which I did for a long time, he's here to wait tables. I do lawn care. I'm here to mow your lawn. When you go to the cash register, the cashier has a duty to cash you out. When you go to the mechanic shop, when you go to the garage, get your car fixed, they have a job to do. Everything suits a purpose. And you got to think about it. Now, brothers, just think about, I'm going to kind of take this back to Dayton. Think about, I look at it as a pyramid, right? Now, you at the bottom of a pyramid all the way to the top. You think about all the girls you rap to. I mean, I can say I've cold approached at least 3,000 women in my life. And then the ones who actually give you the number, that's maybe 20% at best, 10%. Then the ones who actually pick up the phone or text you back. Then the ones you actually go on a date with and actually kiss and actually it leads to a girlfriend and marriage. I mean, that the filtration process is like a 99% fail rate, just like with anything in life. Things suit a purpose. And so, brother, I just want to salute you on being just very forthright about that. And I think that we got to have more talks about that because everything in life suits a purpose. And that's the thing when it comes to dating. A lot of the time, hey, I want this. You know, I think a lot of people are just too unrealistic about what they want. A lot of times, you just got to kind of take what you can get at the time, do what you got to do, and you just keep it moving and make it kind of transactional. Unfortunately, you can't let your emotions go into everything. Bro, I didn't want to cut anybody off, but I just that was a very powerful thing you said, brother Big Bob. And I salute you to that because it was just 100% true. The whole thing where we think we can have it all, it's not happening, okay? Everything in life has a trade-off. You cannot have it all. I'm done.
I appreciate that, brother. And it goes right back to what Brother Leon was talking about earlier when it comes to red pill. Red pill is the truth. The reality is shit. You know, the reality of the situation is it is what it is. And a lot of times, especially with modern day, but a lot of people don't want to deal with the reality of shit. This is why when I was saying earlier with them dating sites, them bitches is out the fuck just like us. They just all worried about the image and the presentation. Yeah, they want to get fucked all stupid and crazy and be little sluts and hoes, but they want to present themselves like they oh, I'm single woman looking for a man. I don't do much. I go to work, come home. Bitch, please open your mouth. Shut the fuck up. Open your fucking mouth. Get this dick and that's it. Stop it. Stop trying to fucking paint this picture like you this perfect bitch. Because if you were perfect, you wouldn't be on this fucking dating site.
Yeah, but Big Body, I mean, what are your thoughts aside from dating about just too many people, especially when, but just too many people in American society thinking they can have it all? Well, what's your thoughts on that? When everything in life is a trade-off. If you just had to, summarize your thoughts on that, because I like the way you just kept it very poignant and straight to the point.
That's Brother Matt for you. That's why I got him up there.
Yeah, he brought that home. I was gonna say something too, but I'm gonna let him. I'll get in after him. Go ahead, brother.
Hey man,
go ahead, bring it straight up raw, Matt. You know how it is.
Yeah, because he you know what he said it so simple that it's like, what else do I need to say? Like that's it.
Hey, I mean, because listen, if the world was more cut like that, shit would be a lot more easier as far as understanding goes. Like a lot of times, especially with these bitches, they don't want to try something. I mean, these modern day ones just don't give a fuck. These modern day women are just so fucking masculine. It's a goddamn shame. But a lot of times bitches will say and do shit to try not to hurt the guy's feeling, or they'll try to shy themselves away if they're not interested in shit. But sometimes you just gotta be straightforward with this shit. I mean, what's the worst that can happen, man? You hear something you don't want to hear, fucking deal with it, man. It's life, you know. Not everything is in your favor. It's life.
That's it.
You know.
I was talking to
Go
I
ahead,
was talking to one of my I was talking to a homeboy of mine, and he was going through some relationship issues, and it basically was along the lines of the advice that I gave him. I don't want to get into the details because that's his personal life, but make more decisions. Like I notice, I know a lot of people in I know guys in relationships. They, when the woman says, "Hey, where do you want to eat?" I don't know, baby. Where do you want to eat? I don't know. And there's this whole back and forth, and it's like trying to get her to make a decision. I personally believe that one of the worst things that happened to women is that they were given too many choices, and women like they're indecisive for the most part. That's why they constantly ask you what the fuck you want for dinner, and then say no to the first 5 things that you say. Um, they've just been given too many choices, and I think that in the relationship, men should make most of the choices because we understand the concept of that trade-off with our choices. If I make a decision if I decide we're going to eat burgers, that means I might miss out on that special on pizza, and we're willing to live with the most men are willing to live with the decisions that they've made, even if they're not understanding of the consequential, the consequences down the line. They're willing to they're more apt to take it on. Whereas a woman will make a decision, and most women don't play chess, so they're not understanding 5 moves ahead. So when they make a decision and then 5 moves ahead, something hits them, they're looking like they don't know where did that come from, and you know what I'm saying. More, men will understand like, okay, that's because we understand the trade-off of the move 5 moves ago.
Well, let's be clear. Let's be crystal clear, man. A man, not a male, not a boy, not a little bitch ass beta male. No, a man. A man's position is to fucking lead anyway. You know what I'm saying? A woman is there to manage. A man is there to fucking lead. You know. So it's naturally in tune with a man to go ahead and hold down the front line, and the woman be behind a woman be behind what the man or her man says and follow suit. You know what I mean? If we had women out here leading, like, come on, man, this fucking world would be crazy. Look, let's be for real, man. Look at these single women, the single parent mothers that are raising these children on their own. I'm talking about today's generation. Like, look how these majority of these kids come out, man, because there's no fucking men in the household, man. Look how a lot of these. Now, this don't apply to all of them, but we're going to say majority figure. Look at the outcome, man. You could tell the difference when there's a fucking father in the household compared to a woman trying to hold it the fuck down by herself. Men lead, men control, men make shit happen. I'm not with no fucking woman trying to fucking run the show. Don't get me wrong. Call me sexist, call me what you want. But at the end of the day, a woman's position is to manage. A man's position is to lead.
I agree, and like Celine's comment is a very good one when it comes to promiscuity. If they see a girl who holds herself as precious, they will try to cut her down. It's just like us. If we're not getting sex like some of these, and a lot of Negroes lie about what they're really getting, but the same thing with women. If she holds herself out, women will try to bring her down. And the sad thing is, no one says anything about it. How would you all address that? Because I'm looking at it. That's what they do to us men. Men do that to each other.
What was that again?
Okay, brother Matt. Celine says women act like men when it comes to promiscuity. However, they see a girl who holds herself as precious, they would try to cut her down or cut you down and bring you down. And the sad thing is, no one says anything about it. How would you address that
one? Women come as says women act like.
I mean, comes to. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I would agree. I was trying to get the fullness of that comment because that's actually quite a bit to unpack. If you see a girl who holds herself as precious, it just depends on the guy, man. That almost sounds like it's like the double-sided coin of the simp. If a simp is simping and it ain't gonna give him the results that he wants, then he gonna try to cut it down. He gonna try to bring and I ain't gonna hold you. In certain cases, I don't want. Let's not get toxic. I ain't gonna say that because sometimes it's actually okay to bring a woman down a little bit, but
Nah,
that's a whole different
speak your mind,
context.
brother.
Now, before
Speak
you
your
go
mind,
on,
brother. Don't try to sugarcoat it, man. Let it be straight up, man. But speaking how you feel it, man. Don't try to
Yeah,
fucking be
like
nice about it.
no. I'm trying to figure out how I want to say it in a way that actually perfectly
now hold
articulates the
that
point.
thought because I got in the building, brother. Little Big Nate of the Little Big Nate Show. Come
What's
on,
up, Leon? How you doing? How you
all
doing,
right.
gentlemen?
What's going on? What's going on?
And got one of my brothers up here I've known for a while. One of them left, but my boy Big Body Productions from New Jersey is up here. Had to bring him up here, and he is raw like sushi, brother Nate. And you and him have been along real good.
Good deal.
Come on up there. Yeah, we are going on something that I wrote up myself. I wrote up the 65 rules of dating. It may expand, but I wrote it up, and we're going over it right now, elaborating on it. And matter of fact, while you're up here, and brother Matt, everybody, I'm on number 25. This deals with I don't smoke. You got some who are smokers, but if you aren't a smoker, I say don't date a smoker, and also don't talk to someone who drinks, takes drugs, and has numerous relationship problems, emotional and psychological disorders, along with health problems. These issues will destroy relationships. I want to hear some comment on this one. Go ahead. Nate, you already
Okay, what you just read number 25?
Yes, sir.
You aren't a smoker. Yeah. Don't date a smoker. Yeah, that kind of deadly habit, you probably want to share with somebody. Like you can't date a drug addict. I wouldn't date like a serious smoker. Don't talk to someone who drinks. I think casual drinking, I don't think that's a problem. But somebody who has to drink to the point of it helping with other issues in their life. Yeah, you want to steer clear of them. Yeah, stay away from women that takes drugs. Yeah, a woman that's been in a lot of relationships. Yeah, which is what the biggest problem is with these older women. They almost can't help having had just too numerous different men in their lives. Emotional, I mean, that's just women, period, to be honest with you. Psychological disorders, that's a lot of women, unfortunately, too. Along with health problems. Yeah, I'd steer clear of somebody with glaring health problems right out the gate. These issues, yeah, they'll destroy relationships. It takes time to develop that level of investment in somebody that will make you want to stay through like serious health problems and stuff. So out the gate, I've known guys that dated and got into relationships with women that were pregnant.
Oh, wow.
I've got a cousin, swear to God, my cousin, she's been with this guy for going on probably 15 years now. But when they met, she was pregnant with her first son, her first child. Yeah, crazy. But they're married. They got 3 more children. They've been together for 15 years. So I guess that's one of the times where it worked. But yeah, like Osamu says, men just have to take agency and they have to put themselves first. Everything about our society is geared men to think of everyone else except them. Most of your accomplishments in life are geared towards what you'll be able to provide your family, and not only your immediate family, but your extended family. How many of you have had your mother or your cousin call you up needing something, So, it'd be one thing if society and women in particular really appreciated the things men have done for them, but I mean, they've been so blatant with their lack of appreciation and their disrespect. You know, more and more men are just saying, forget it. Forget it. Take care of yourself. You know, and I can't fault them, man.
Yeah.
Sad, but you can't fault them. You just can't.
That's it. Moving on to number 26. Okay. Again, this is what I believe. I always would say, ask a woman where she ranked as a child. Examples. Was she the oldest, the middle, the youngest, or the only child? Now, I say this because when you get down to the only child and she doesn't have any siblings, she tends to be more spoiled and selfish because everything was given to her. And if she's the oldest child, she's going to try to come out, and especially if she's been exposed to feminism, she's going to think she's a leader and she's going to have some masculine traits. Now, generally speaking, I said generally speaking, what say the panel?
I'll be honest, I've never thought through that, where a woman ranks in the order of her siblings. I've never really given that much thought, to be honest.
Well,
Go ahead, bro.
I would say that if we look at today, we look at the generation that we're living in and the ones that have come after us, typically in dysfunction of a house, if it's a single household, or if you know the father figure is a fucking simp or a retard, a lot of times the children are parenticized. So that young daughter growing up will be made to take care of the other children, sibling in the house, even the mother or parents, if there's like some mental dysfunction or drug addiction or whatever have you. So they grow up with this thing that I have to take charge. I have to do this. Even on the flip side, when you have that mother who checked out of society, they become the mother. You know, they become the leader of the household. It's put on their shoulders. They have to do everything, and they grow up approaching their relationships the same way. That they have to be the one. In order to love me, you have to respect my ability to make sure everything is okay, which is a particularly masculine role.
That's exactly why I put that up there. That's where I was thinking when I wrote it. Exactly. That's why I say ranking is very important, because you get somebody who's going to think they're a leader to somebody who's very spoiled. And, you know, you get the spoiled one, which is the youngest one, or you get the only child. They're going to come up with the princess syndrome. And this other comment that Celine wrote, women, well, I've seen it, will take tallies of how many guys they can get to sleep with them and act as though a woman who's more docile and meek is somehow worth less because she doesn't slay men. Go ahead and handle that one. You know, I mean, I have my opinion about that.
You got to stop caring what other women think. You just got to stop.
Yeah,
Brother
that's
Nate,
it.
you said that. You say that on your show all the time. You can't be thinking about what other individuals say. My brother Guy King, yes. You rank her amongst her siblings. Does not matter how many times. Yes, indeed. And I'll get you back up here pretty soon. I can only get 6 people at one time up here. I got to expand it here. I know if I get a bigger audience. All right, moving on. Just bear with me. Number 27. Now this one is 27 is ask a woman. I'm not going to use the RAPED, so I'm going to use, I'll spell it. Ask a woman if she has been RAPED or molested as a child, or if she has experienced lesbianism. And I say that because you get a number of women today. Who are actually sleeping with other women, and it's been happening as well.
Brother Leon,
yes,
very
sir.
important. What date would you ask a woman that on? Very important.
You know, that's a good question, Brother Nate. I never thought of that.
Is that an appropriate first date question, you think?
I don't think so.
No,
That's what I'm saying. When would you ask, you know?
Well, you know, or should it be within that 90-day window mentioned earlier?
Brother Big Mac, I think it should be in that 90-day window. I mean, I look at it as in my humble opinion, what do they have at work? A probationary period. You want to see if she's going to cut the muscle, because I say after 90. Go ahead, brothers.
Well, I say, I honestly say it depends on the vibe and how the nature of the conversation is going between you and that person at that moment. Now, if she's a very loose, open, straightforward type of chick who don't mind, don't mind talking about whatever, then you fucking right. I'm gonna ask, hey, you bite pussy? You fuck around? You play with chicks? But I was going to go into the nature of the conversation and how that whole temperament is. You got to read the body language and how that conversation is going with that person to see if that comfort zone is going to be available for you to even ask that question. Because I've asked chicks that shit on the first night. On the first night, you got chicks that like to fucking get down with the get down and bring a girlfriend in the middle.
I'm talking more
You
about
never know.
the grape and the molestation. That's what I'm talking about. The whole do you dig chicks? That's like a separate issue. I'm talking about like the grape and the molestation.
Oh, you're asking that, brother Nate? No,
that's what I'm centered around. Yeah.
Okay.
It really depends. It really depends. I was going to ask a different type of question, which was, how soon do you? Because I think that's just like if I'm sitting in front of you on a first date and I go, so tell me about yourself, and you go, well, when I was, such and such age, this, that, and that happened, and it's like, damn, bitch, on the first date, like,
dude, that's happened to me. I swear,
dude, that's crazy.
Since I wrote it out, I'm gonna tell you when I would ask that question. Okay, I always say now this is just my experience. When you talk to her on the phone for a little bit, I say 2 weeks to maybe a month before you even meet her in person to see if she can cut the mustard. That's when you start asking those questions, because I say that because I'm getting an idea of what her behavior and her mannerisms are. That's what it is. That's why I'm saying that.
How? Let me ask you this.
Go ahead, brother.
Now, I don't want any ladies to take offense to this, but in this world of Me Too and women clinging to victimhood, should you automatically believe her?
No.
Or, how do you handle something like that? Especially because, we've all heard those insane numbers, like 60% of ABWs have been touched by the time they're 16 or some crazy shit. Like, I don't know, man.
That's a tough one, isn't it?
Nate, I've had trying to think, but a couple of times women have come forward with it, and it has been at a point where there's past a certain comfortability. Now, I myself, that individual in front of me on a one-on-one, I would tend to believe them.
Gotcha.
As far as this whole public out in the world thing, hey, no, we got to put it through trial. And and it seems to come up like a pre something to a certain level of intimacy going forward, like emotional intimacy.
Her entrusting you with that kind of information.
Yes, exactly. And and it begs the question, how have you dealt with that situation? Has it been resolved? Have you sought counseling and things of nature? Because man, listen, one young chick, one young sister I was dealing with, she had told me, and she explained the experience, like she was just so the powerlessness. She hung on to the powerlessness of the situation to help her cope with it. Like for her to say that, I was amazed at how easy it was for someone to do that to me. And she was like, you know what? It is the fucking world. This is just how the world is. And that's how she dealt with it. And inside me, like it was, I knew it wasn't going anywhere. Nice, sweet person, but it was a smash thing. But it was like, holy shit, how a person can say that, fuck it. They just did it. I was powerless and let's move on. And knowing that there's something in the soul that's been fucked up.
Yes.
And one thing to keep in mind is women know that with not with all men, but with a lot of men, you tell them that stories, you put them into their white knight mode.
Yes. Oh yeah.
You can. You'll just like when you have a little baby, some guys go into that paternalistic daddy mode for the woman. Same thing when they tell you these stories, you know, you're ready to put on that suit of armor and go to war for her and shit.
Yeah,
So
man.
just be careful with that. You know
yeah, because a lot of time they have it played out. They have a map, man. They have a map. It reminds me of playing like on Minecraft with my son. Yeah, that map is all over the place. It's rooms that they know they are the game master.
Yes.
They know how to they know what to do to put you on cue to get you to where they want. And you have to know what the fuck is going on.
Absolutely.
Now, actually, for my boy GK, Sigma American, women will often come forward with that info when she is comfortable with you. I agree with that. What do you all got to say about that when it comes to that? You know, because I did something out there, and nobody's going to mention particularly these rules. Not too many people are going to have these rules that I created myself. They're not going to go into that depth. That's why I asked the question.
I just wish these women would see one of the catalysts for all these problems is there being no fathers around.
That's
Girls,
true.
first of all, biological fathers, like I've said, almost never touch their children. Almost never. And if your biological father is around, he, ideally should be in the house with you. If not, he is a constant in your life. Stuff like this just usually doesn't happen.
Hey, brother Nate, what are the numbers on getting quote unquote, unfortunately touched up from a biological father versus other men? Like, do you have the exact numbers?
I don't even have the exact. I've read reports on molestation. It's something like 4 out of every 1,000 children. I haven't seen racial numbers in regards to children, and the assailant is almost always an acquaintance or a outside of the household family member. It is rarely the father.
Yeah,
but you said percentage wise, it's usually more somebody who's actually in the family, like a
uncles, cousins. Yeah, you leave some raggedy boy cousin around your daughter. Some boy cousin that runs the streets and does a bunch of horrible shit. Yeah, there's a good chance he might mess with your daughter, your 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old daughter. But guys in the house, the biological brother, the biological father, no, dog.
See, and another thing that's very important with that is that the father in the house, that justice that is met out. See, that motherfucking
fathers kill people.
Father lays down for their child.
Fathers kill people, dog.
You see what I'm saying? And not only that, say even if he's not a physical specimen, that father's gonna make sure law enforcement does what the fuck needs to be done. How many times have we heard these mothers who don't go report that the daughter has been molested? How many times have we heard the mothers say that the child say that her mother's fucking boyfriend is the one who was doing it?
Oh yeah.
So the father, and that's another thing you touched on, Nate. The father is important for the fucking justice of the family. They lay down justice.
No, that's a great point too, and you got to think anybody who has that type of mentality, they're going to have a high degree of cowardness behind them. So of course they're not going to really want to deal with any real men. And it's funny you say that. I had a friend I used to kick it with, for years, but we don't hang out anymore. But as I got older, I just realized this brother had a lot of toxic energy, and he had an issue with putting his hands on sisters. But I noticed all the women he ever put his hands on, they always came from single parent households with no brothers around, no cousins around, and no fathers around. But anytime a girl had a father in her life or some big brothers, he never did it. He never did any of that. So it was just like, I guess he was subconsciously picking his victims.
He was a predator.
Absolutely.
He's a fucking
absolutely.
So a question. Shout out to Awesome Alice. She's in the building. All right, what is your answer to number 27? I gave you what I said, if she's been raped or molested or she has experienced lesbianism. What kind of answer would you all give?
What is the reason for question 27?
Yeah, that's for rule 27.
Psychological damage.
Because
But would you leave a woman? You've been dating for 3 months. She's on point. She's on your program. She's, you know, she derives joy out of making you happy. 3-4 months in, she tells you I was molested as a child. Do you walk away?
Not necessarily.
No.
See,
No.
see, for me, it becomes what is see, as a man, I would think that there is something you were harmed. So what have you done with that trauma
To
How have you
repair.
dealt
Yes.
with it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my question. That's the big thing.
Right.
Big, and that's more important than the expression of it, than telling you about it. What have you done with it?
Because you leave her, you might be doing damage to her too.
You know, that's a good point, brother Nate. So she's already.
But it shouldn't be. It's not. But it's not. It's not automatic connection, because that happened to you. That I have to now you take over the realms of being this protector of everything. It never happens again. Oh, okay. But again, like you said earlier, you know, it has a possibility for some manipulation in it. This is just me as a man.
No doubt.
But what have you done? See, it says to me that justice wasn't met out at a certain point and it's still unresolved. And we find, you know, you can find acceptance with a lot of things if you work through a healthy process of dealing with the emotions.
Yeah.
That's the importance of it. And you know, it's threefold. It's the grape, it's the, you know, the molest, and the lesbianism. You know, me personally, on the third, the lesbianism, I think that today a lot of women have had the experience. That is not something I would exclude from a person of my age group. But a lot of people have done. You know, I've been in situations where I prompted got down with the get down.
Yeah.
The CDC says 23% of ABWs are bisexual. 23%, almost 1 in 4.
Yeah, so you can say, "Oh, it's not another man. I would never do that." But you got a woman with a 12-inch strap on.
That's
hey, and I think Celine said this in the comments too. Like this in the Gen X period, for the Gen Xers, that lesbianism is it's a bigger thing now during their time more than ever.
No,
it's gotten even
started here. It's
trendy.
Big with younger people.
It's trendy. All this sick shit is trendy now.
Yes,
yeah. The whole I don't want to bring the alphabet and none of that, but the whole fluidity issue it leans to a lot of this going on.
Absolutely.
Like damn near all three of these things, because yeah. Just go ahead, man. Go ahead.
What we have to understand, what we have to keep up front, is that the feminist movement is a direct attack on the nuclear family and manhood. So we have to always keep that up. When we ask the questions, we have to always know the goddamn answer is always at the bottom. Break up the family, get rid of men. So that's what's about gender fluidity and the alphabets and all this other stuff. Like, listen, it's all about getting rid of men, breaking up families. It's never been about.
I've read their quotes. Nate,
I downloaded that.
Yes, sir.
I hear pushback on that very point. On when you get on, like I've been on streams where that very point it's a point of contention for a lot of people, because it confronts a lot of realities. When you say get the nuclear family, especially to single mothers, it almost feels like a shot to them, and it usually 90% of the time when I hear, what do we need, what's some solutions, and somebody says something about the nuclear family, 90% of the time the conversation goes left.
Yes. Now, to Awesome Alice said, now these are rules that I actually came up with from my own mind, from just looking at everything from a logical standpoint of what a number of, I mean, it's not for everybody. It just depends on the person. And I'm just saying this because even with women, you don't want to meet a person that's gone through a lot of trauma because it's going to be, it's actually going to make the other person stressful too. And, you know, at the end of the day, nobody is perfect. And you want to find the best person for you if you want a healthy relationship. And there are a lot of red flags that come up that even the dating coaches, they're not covering this stuff. And I'm covering it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
it really boils down to like, and we've talked about this a couple times, and I feel like this is where we come back to choices and trade-offs. You
That's
can
right.
make the choice to take on a chick who has that particular issue, whatever her past may be, but you have to accept the trade-off that comes with it. You have to. You can't take a chick that's been traumatized and then be upset when your life is chaotic or you have more stress than you you know, because you'll hear people in relationships. They're like, I don't think this is how relationships are supposed to be. And when they tell you what's going on in their relationship, you can look at them like, dude, yeah, that's not supposed to be happening in your relationship. That's not a standard relationship. And things are so dysfunctional that people don't know what a standard relationship is.
Yep.
Yeah, you have to know when to cut your losses as a man.
Yeah.
You have to know when to fold them and walk away.
But also,
Hey.
Nate, what I think, this is what I see. And like your questions, Leon, your directives here.
Yes,
this
sir.
is what I strongly believe that men need to be on a code. We need to know because a big majority, a large number of men just don't know 100% what is to be done. And you know, when you think about it, the byproduct of it, the horrible byproduct of men not having enough men is that all of this harm that come from women and children, that like all the harm that they get, a lot of it is attributed to not having men. So not dealing with past traumas, all these other things, you're out in the world able to still go on without having reconciled the harmful things in your past. And with this big banner that says you have to accept me who I am. No, if we're on code, that means that somebody's going to have to do some work because I'm on code doing the work that I need to do. Men are simple. Men are simple.
Mm-hmm.
We are pillars. We are stakes. We are piles that are driven into the ground that you build 1,000-foot buildings on when we're on code, when we're on our purpose. So that's what the healing is. That's what the healing needs to be. You need to reconcile what you need to reconcile. You know, me as a middle-aged man, I'm now taking steps to make sure that I am on my purpose and doing what I need to do. It's just a man in me.
Right.
Bottom line, I'm a father. You know, I have 3 children. It's just I have to do what I have to do. But women are being told that you don't have to do anything. You just have to be. And we're going to make all these exceptions and assistance to help you go on about your existence.
Yeah.
The least a woman could do is just do the work to heal. Why bring that to the man's plate?
That's
too?
it.
Fucking
Yep.
That's it. And that brings a catch-22 to what I was saying earlier about
the low-hanging
fruit. What was I talking? No. What was I talking about? Good God.
Seeing what the relation's seeing what's there.
Never mind. Move on. I'll get back to it. I'm sorry. That shit just left me.
Yeah, and also, you know, I've seen it on dating sites too. You got a number of individuals out there using them for prostitution. You got a number of them who, and here's the word, they call themselves separated. Okay, had a sister one time that got upset. She says, "Well, I'm separated. I'm not married." I know. I said, "You are until it is definitely legal and the papers are done." Don't go out here looking for a simple relationship. And if she has a problem with that issue, then don't deal with her. And like my brother Big Body, who's back up, the only reason for dating this kind of person is to smash and dash. That's it. Don't date anybody. I mean, if she says she's looking for a relationship and she hasn't closed the doors to a previous relationship, Don't go looking for no waterfalls out here.
Okay, I remember what I was going to say. Here we go.
Go
I
ahead,
was
bro.
talking earlier about how men need to make most of the decisions in a relationship because women tend to be, more indecisive. That's why they ask you, what you want to eat and all this other stuff, that back and forth. That's a typical rule. This rule would be the exception to that rule. And just like as Lil Big Nate said, like if you decide to stay with a chick like this, she has to make the decision to go through the healing. You can't make those decisions for her. This is one of those situations where she has to make all of those decisions because she has to heal herself.
And
you as a man, you can't heal her. You can guide them in the right direction, but you can't heal another person. In regards to this.
And for the women out there, they got to watch because some of these guys, and just like Brother Nate brought up, this trendiness going on with the individuals going Transformers. She had Celine had mentioned that she had a individual of who she went to school with from preschool who basically took hormone pills and changed his name to Lila. I actually had a dude that changed his name from Mickey to Mary, and he took the hormone pills too. And you got a lot of that going on too.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a friend or two that have fallen victim to the man who spent too much money to become a woman, and they look good as a woman, and they found out the hard way.
I bet you they did.
Little sidebar. You talk about a society on the decline.
Yes.
I mean, Google Kansas City High School has a little recital where boys dressed up in lingerie and they stripped and danced on male teachers. Go read the story, dog.
Hey, Nate, you might have to bring that up on the panel tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's something you got to cover that tomorrow, man. Yeah, because
man, that's gonna get my channel screwed over.
Oh yeah, that'll probably get mine screwed too, man. We did. That's something.
Yeah, you got to Google it. It's real. He ain't lying.
Pictures of boys from the baseball team, football team in lingerie. They're twerking and dancing on these old male teachers. Everybody's laughing.
That's sick.
The boys behind is on the crotch of one of the teachers, male teachers.
Wow.
And he's got.
You can't make that stuff up, man.
He's got a negligee on. Go check it out. Go check it
out.
Yeah,
you cannot make it up.
And then you have a number. You really do also have a number of women who dealt with trauma, and this is from Awesome Alice. And what it is, if she has dealt with it in a healthy way, and I always say getting counseling. Well, you also have to make sure she doesn't, or she hasn't turned on to drugs, because you have a number of individuals out there who have substance abuse, and you got to be careful about that too. And of course, again, you got to ask if she's on mental meds, the fellas. So if you have to go to her house, she says check the medicine cabinet.
The medicine cabinet.
At your own risk.
You know what? That's a good.
At your own risk.
That's logical, because man, you got a number of individuals who are on some medication, some serious medication. So,
and see, that brings an interesting point. Maybe date 3 has to be at her place or something. Date 3, date 4.
Well,
so you can, I got to use the bathroom or something. Maybe that's how you find out.
Hey, Leon.
Yes.
A woman that, I don't know if you cover this, a woman that doesn't have a neat, clean place to live. What do you do?
Oh man,
leave. No adult to be in a dirty house.
Hey, brother Matt, this one might be for you if you're there. If she has a dirty house, what are you gonna do?
Me, man, one of the pluses, one of the positive stereotypes about Black women was that they kept Big Mag, Leon. Wasn't it understood that Black women kept clean houses when we were coming up?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All black. Oh, and I used to hear black women. Oh, you know, those white women keep messy houses. You know, black women, at least we keep our houses clean. And that's not true today. That's
No,
not
absolutely
true today.
not.
If she doesn't, a woman's house tells you a lot about how her body probably has been kept. So yeah, it's better just to go on. If she's not keeping a clean bathroom and a clean kitchen, you know, there's probably a lot about her that's not clean, man. Just
Fuck that. If that bitch ain't keeping a clean car either, that speak a lot about her character, man.
There you go, brother Matt. That's true.
Yep.
Now, brother Matt. Now, okay. What would you do with a woman like that? Because you know, and you know, brother Matt, you know what's coming. That's going to probably be part of this. You know, the smash and dash is coming.
I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all, man.
Go ahead, keep it 100.
She could be a little filthy bitch. I'm gonna just get my dick licked and keep it pushing, man. I ain't gonna hold you, man. Cause I'm gonna just treat her for what she's worth, man. She's a fucking top of the bottom, man. Get my dick licked, man. Probably. Hey, you know, I mean, hey, I'm a man, so I ain't gonna hold you. I might bust her down to see what the cheeks is like, you know. But after that, I'm not gonna take the bitch serious. She don't even care about herself, man. Pump and dump, man. These are the things, like I said earlier. Every bitch serve a purpose, man. You never know. Her purpose might be, she just might be something to squeeze off on for the moment, man. For the moment. Now, you can't have tender nuts and fall in love with the bitch, because you gotta remember, she's just a for the moment bitch. But you know, get your shit off and be pushing. Now she's too fucking filthy to man. Look,
yeah, you gotta, especially, and that's
you gotta keep it pushing. But you know,
that's it.
My father had a saying. He said, you know, excuse me for being graphic.
Go ahead.
Never give a strag, and I say strag to supplement what he was calling a woman who's not in a relationship with you or side piece, whatever. He said, never give a strag all your dick. He said, when you get to the hilt, one or you two are gonna have a problem. Is she gonna get connected, or you gonna fall, or you gonna get connected? So he said, listen, treat it for what it is.
Hey man, you gotta have a mean cutoff game, man. You gotta have a mean cutoff game, because if she get connected, you gotta show her the art of fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, man,
mother made you, motherfuck you.
But then you know, not everybody's gonna be of that mind where you know, not everybody, you know. But you got to be like that. You know, like
because you got a lot of tender dick niggas out here that want to keep going back. They want to keep going back. They want to keep fucking these bum ass bitches, and then they gonna start thinking that they gonna start thinking they worth or quality. But they getting dick down by somebody that they might look at like, oh, this nigga give a fuck about me. He got a little something going on. Then she gonna start thinking she's the shit because she's getting piped down by the motherfucker, man. Right? That's what I said earlier. It be the simp niggas that fuck the game up, man.
Yeah. And you know what I'm seeing too. What has happened? You got a lot of public TV rap star athlete fucking simps that really, really, really fuck this shit up.
Oh yeah.
You got people with bukus of money publicly fucking the game up, man.
My advice is not to touch them. Some nuts just ain't worth it.
Yeah,
I
got too much to lose to be messing with some low grade broad, man.
Dick discipline. That's on code. On code, dick discipline.
Yeah, and
I agree. But you know, you do got some I don't give a fuck ass niggas out there, as myself. I'll go ahead and take a good old dick licking, you know, fuck it. But see, I know how to cut it off after that. I know how to be gone. Like, I just treat you for what you worth and be done with you.
Yeah, I gotta agree with my man on that too. I mean, I've had young ladies I was dealing with, not even really dealing with. We might have met on like Plenty of Fish or Black People Meet or something of that nature.
Oh man,
and it comes down to the time where, like, you know, once you come through, you get to the crib might be a little messy, this, that, and the third, but it's like, I'm already here. I might as well go ahead and wax that ass. I'm not going to take it seriously, but I'm going to do what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep it 100. Like, I'm going to keep it 100. And then I'm going to walk there on the drive home. I'm like, damn, did I really do that? But hey, it is what it is. You know, you can't really control your hormones at all times. So I got to agree with my brother on that.
I mean,
and tell you something else too, man. It's kind of funny how we're talking about meds. Man, brothers, this is kind of another reason. And like I told a lot of the brothers on Nate's panel. Until I was, I'm 44 now. Until I was about 36, 37, I predominantly dealt with sisters. But as I've gotten older, I've dealt with more. I've dealt with like older white women and things of that nature. Man, the meds game. That's one thing. I'll say. The sisters are not on the meds like these white women are. Good God, the meds game for middle-aged white women in America is off the chain. Off the chain. Like 75% of all meds prescribed around the world are in America, and America only has 3% of the world's population. So it's kind of just another reason to think about the SYSBM game, because a lot of these women, especially over the age of 40, are all meted up. They whatever issue they have in life, they're just going to take a pill and it's just going to go away. But it really compounds the situation that makes it 10 times worse. But I will tell you though, some of these bipolar chicks though, man, if it's just for one night, sometimes that bipolar loving ain't that bad though. I got to be honest.
You know how many claims I've done on men's cars where broads were writing "you bitch ass nigga" in the trunk and hood?
Hey, it really said you bitch ass nigga.
Oh my God, dude! You bitch ass nigga, you coward, you loser. I mean, these women go in, dude, at least a couple of times a month. Those are the claims I do. Yes.
They really write down you bitch ass nigga.
Yeah, all in the trunk, all in the hood. Yes.
Osama, check this out. I'm a sanitation worker in the city of New York. We start our shifts at 6 a.m. There used to be a Facebook page where they were showing the pictures of these wrecked cars. We used to call them it was baby mama drama, where they keyed the cars, broken windows, they write this shit
a few times a month. Yes, sir.
Man, listen, we had a whole page of it, man. It was crazy. We would take the picture, upload it to that Facebook page.
These women know what a man's car usually means to him.
No, I've been there too, man. I had this girlfriend about 20 years ago. Her name was Pam. She was sexy as hell too. But when we broke up, she was like, I was coming home and she would come over kicking. I'm a waiter at the time. This is like 2000. I might have paid 130 that night. I looked at my wallet. It's like there's 170.
Break it up, Osama.
I'll break it up.
Yeah, man.
Man, look here, man. Again, a man's car means a lot to him. So you know what? If you touch my shit, I'm gonna fuck you up. I don't give a fuck if you a dog, God. I don't give a fuck what you are. You touch my shit, I'm gonna fuck you up, man. Because clearly, you're in tune with what you're doing before you key that motherfucker. So you got an opportunity to fucking sit back and think, should I fuck this nigga shit up knowing this nigga ain't working with a full deck? Or should I just leave this shit the fuck alone or take a different method? Because this nigga just might punch me in my fucking head and knock me in the next year.
Well,
This nigga don't give a fuck about going to jail. Fuck it. I'm telling you, man, you lay down, when you lay down law, and like not necessarily having to be violent, but just laying down law to where a bitch know who the fuck you be and who the fuck you are will come with you, you ain't gonna have them problems, man. I got a baby with Lucifer, man. But that bitch don't have to touch my shit. I don't give a fuck what the fuck we go through. She don't have to touch my motherfucking shit, man. She can say all the fuck she want, go run her little punk ass brothers and her little friends and shit, but she ain't touching my motherfucking car. Cars, I should say. And I got a fucking truck. I got a 26-foot box truck. That's my money right there. She touched that shit, she might just jump in the casket, man. But she know not to go that route, man. It's all about laying down law and order, man. Letting the bitch know where you come from and how you coming.
I'm just saying, every month, 3-4 of my claims are these broads keying up, busted windows. I've done cars that were total losses. If she gets in there and cuts up the seats, it's a wrap.
Oh,
it's a wrap, man. Yeah, crazy.
And a homegirl drove her to the spot. A homegirl, the one who drove her there too.
Oh yeah, it's usually a team effort.
Homegirl gotta get it too. Homegirl gotta get it too. Her and the homegirl gotta get it. If I can't touch them, I'm gonna hit their mama's shit. Fuck them.
All right, we got awesome Alice in the building. What say you on the conversation? You got to unmute yourself. What's going on, awesome Alice?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Lima Charlie.
Okay. So this is like a checklist or like a rule book you have for yourself.
That's correct.
Well, it's I haven't read the whole thing, but it makes some good points. Yeah, don't mess with a chick that's gonna mess up your stuff, man. Like I've seen plenty of women do some crazy stuff. I don't understand it. It's like I've seen them do crazy things. I haven't ever destroyed property like that because I didn't see the point in it because I know that the cops are real. And I don't want to go to jail kind of deal, okay? But yeah, from what I'm reading, you got some good psychology in the way you wrote these things.
Well, I just took different situations, and I didn't get emotional about them. I just, I had to use logic. Now, some people are probably going to take offense, like number 29, okay? And I'm going to say this, number 29, and this is for a lot of guys, because a lot of guys, and Brother Matt, you're right on this one. We know what guys want to do, but don't go looking for relationships that you have to have sex with every woman you meet, because there's a chance of, you ever heard of Cracker Jack? Getting that toy surprise, which is catching the disease and dealing with an unwanted pregnancy. So be cautious with your penis, guys. Why? Because the system is against us.
You gotta make sure Mr. Johnson is under control.
Absolutely.
And don't put Johnson in every toolbox. Some of them snap back. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I had that. My son asked me, about, he's understanding that he's 11 now, and the girls be looking at him, and I'm like, yeah, that's not a good toolbox right there, son. He's like, toolbox. I was like, yeah, you've got the power tool, she's got the toolbox. Got to make sure that the adjustments fit right. You might lose your power tool. And that's the way I explain it to my kids, because I like working on cars. But I have noticed men are about their cars, and a man that does take care of his cars says a lot about him. Now, we got a new generation. I've had to help guys change tires. These like 20, 19-year-olds can't even change tires, y'all.
It's a damn shame, ain't it? This new generation is fucking worthless. It's fucking pathetic.
Well, the guys were watching me change the tire. Now, I'm 4'8". I'm out here changing the tire. These guys stopped and said, "What is this?" I said, I'm helping him out. He said, "If you don't get out the way." I said, "Okay, you gonna do it?"
And that is because my boy Big Body Productions, who I've known a while, I remember that video you put out, Matt. You took your truck, which is a Tahoe, a Suburban, and you were doing some stuff with it, and you put it on video to show individuals.
And I crashed that motherfucker, and I built that bitch to fuck back up in 2 days, man.
Yeah, I remember that video you did on it.
I put the damn bumper, the radiator support, the radiator, all that shit, man. The headlights, everything back in there. But back to what Miss Lady was saying, man. This younger generation, man, they're doomed, man. They don't know how to do shit, man. Let's be for real. They don't know how to change a tire. They don't know how to cook. They don't know how to change oil. They don't even know how to talk to a woman properly, man. They're fucking worthless, man.
And it's crazy. And a lot of times they ain't nowhere around. That's what the fucking problem is.
Sir. Yeah, come with that daddy not being in the household again.
Yeah,
there it is.
Listen, my daughter, she's 32 now. When she was 14, I started teaching her how to drive. You know what else I taught her?
What's that?
How to check the fluids and how to change a fucking tire.
There it is.
I told her that anytime. And another thing that's important that people don't teach their kids when they start to drive. When It don't matter. Whenever you get a motherfucking car that you didn't park, which means anytime you get into a new car that you didn't drive, you check those fluids, you check the tires, and you walk around the back of it.
Yep,
you walk around the back of it.
That's what you do for your CDL, because and Matt's got a CDL too.
Yeah, I have a CDL. Yeah, but those are things that my father taught me. Somebody here, you can take my car. You got a big ass dent, ain't got no fucking tail lights in the back, and you bring it back. Oh, what you did to my car? But yeah, you know, you have to teach your daughters how to change tires and check fluids, because these men don't know what the fuck these boys growing up don't know what the hell they doing.
But say these boys ain't no fucking men. Ain't no goddamn men. They fucking boys, man. Dumb as shit.
On your list is do you know how to use more than a microwave on there? Is that on your list? I mean thinking about these things. Did you ask her if she knew how to use more than
I didn't put that on it, but if you were
you
here
might want to
earlier,
add that.
if you were here earlier, that goes in the contents of do you know how to cook? And that was earlier.
But cool, man. Keep a dollar for yourself.
But moving on to number 30. Don't make her a priority if she makes you an option. And I say this because the ratio to women men is definitely on the man's side. However, you must know what type of relationship and woman you are seeking. And also, Malice, you brought it right. You need a woman that compliments you to be on your team. But we have a number of individuals that are doing that. And then number 31. If a woman complains that she can't find a good man, let her know the problem is her unrealistic expectations and standards. That's why she will always be single and looking for something that she can't have. That's number
31, if a woman says that, run like hell.
That's right. A good point. Because at the very least, what she's gonna try to get out of it is making you conform to her fucking standards. You know what I mean? She wants to put that, you jump through the rings of trying to satisfy her and her bullshit. So you say, oh, ain't no good men, but if you like me, you can do what I need, what I like. Hey man, listen, let you run from it.
31 looks like a red flag to me. That's what it would remind me of, is a red flag.
It's a huge red flag. How many people on the earth? What, 8 billion? So that means if 4 billion men, it's 4 billion men, and ain't none of them motherfuckers no good. 4 billion people, ain't none of them no good. Get the hell out of here.
Well, listen, I mean, if she talking about men ain't no good, man, you gotta also look at what department she's shopping in. She just might be out there dumpster diving. She might have a certain preference and selection of type of niggas she want to fuck with, man. She probably can only, you never know, she probably can only get but a certain caliber of a dude, man.
Which is always
because of who she is and how she go out on her search.
Listen, we find that's always the case.
Right.
It hasn't failed yet. That's always the case. It's what you do. So
they don't there's plenty of good men. Good men are smart enough to avoid women like you at all costs. So it just appears that there are none. There are plenty of them. They just avoid you.
Bingo.
Well, I'm looking at the word can't. Okay, when a woman uses that word, it's because she's not being open-minded, and it's not her place to find a good man. It's her place to wait for a good man. That's what I've been taught. We don't go find them. They find us, and that's the way it's supposed to be. If a woman is out there trying to find one, she's putting herself in a man's position. A man is supposed to pursue the woman and then make herself presentable for him, and then he decides whether he keeps her or not. See, that's the thing. Men are supposed to decide to keep the woman or not. It's supposed to be the man's decision at the end of the day.
But at the base of it, you have to be a good woman.
Yes, that you have to make yourself presentable for a man. What would he, instead of her saying I can't find a man, she should say, what kind of woman are you looking for? She shouldn't be canceling good men out at the beginning. I mean, I'm looking at the psychology of it. A person that says can't is not open.
Well,
Oh, that's true.
depends on what she was and where she's at. But I contend that you have to be a good woman to have a good man. They connect. They connect with each other. They fit. It's two peas in a pod. And a lot of times, they can. We can't give women the option of appearance and showing. You have to be. It has to be something that's in you. Just because you dress nice and your outfit is together and your perfume costs $1,000, it doesn't make you a good woman. Just like a man, just same thing with a man.
You're right. You're right. It just makes you a good-looking, good-smelling woman. What kind of heart do you have?
There you go. There you go.
And that goes to number 32. Always be honest with yourself and the type of person in relationship you're seeking. And a number of individuals aren't honest with themselves. I'm not talking about you got to be honest with her, but what do you really want? What's in your heart, mind, body, and soul? Now, sometimes it doesn't end up the way you want it. Sometimes it doesn't end up, but that was one that was I thought of in generality. Number 32.
I think that's actually a great one, is being honest with yourself. And with being honest with yourself, one of those things don't always try to be the person that you think society says you should be. Don't be the person that you think social media says you should be. You have to be honest and have the wherewithal within yourself, first and foremost, to understand what's going to bring you happiness. And that actually expands on a lot more than just relationships or intersexual dynamics. So I think that's a very important factor in any type of relationship, not just a relationship with the opposite sex, but a business relationship, a personal relationship. Any type of relationship, you have to be honest and forthright for the most part in what you want. But the thing about that, though, now I'm going to backtrack on that a little bit, because unfortunately, when as a man, when you're dealing with when you're dealing with opposite sex, they've been told so many lies by society over the last few generations that being brutally honest, you're going to avoid a lot of trouble. You're going to avoid a lot of trouble on the long end, but on the short side of the stick, you're going to lose out on a lot of I guess say quote unquote casual relations by not telling women they want to hear at times. So there's a pro and a con to that, because sometimes telling women what they want to hear, it can lead to short-term gratification. I'm going to be 110% honest with that. But on the long end, it's always just best to be honest and forthright about whatever kind of end goal you want to have from the situation.
They're attracted to that too, Osamu. They love when a man tells them what they don't want to hear, though. It depends on how you say it, but a lot of them love that shit.
Yeah. Most women would love a man just to tell us what they think, like how they really feel. I mean, it cuts out a lot of the nonsense if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honesty should be the best policy. If she can't handle your honesty, she's not for you anyway.
That's right.
So it's the pro and con. I think the pro would weigh out the con. I mean, it's good to get the riffraff out. I mean, you're gonna run into a lot of people.
That's a good
they have
point.
to accept you for who you are. You just be yourself, man. I mean, it's so hard for people to do that. I don't get it.
Men. There's a whole litany of reasons why men are desired by women and why men desire women. It's a totally different paradigm. Unfortunately, women look at things more transactionally, and men. A man can. A woman's not going to love any man unconditionally if he's not doing what he's supposed to do. A man, on the other hand, can absolutely 100% unequivocally love a woman unconditionally for the most part. But with men, there is so many more different barometers on what is considered as a viable mate or a desirable mate per se. And the problem is, a lot of the time, people, and this goes more on the female side of things. Unfortunately, people don't want to deal with the reality of what they can attract or or where they're at in life. You know, women always want a guy who's at least 2 to 3 points ahead of him on the sexual market value scale. But a lot of time, men, we're a lot more just realistic of what we can attract, who we.
Well, good. That brings me up. Good point on that. You mentioned something about a transaction, brother Osama. Number 33 is going to hit home. All right, 33. And this is what I said. When a woman wants to come into your life, you simply ask her, why are you interested in being with me? And or do I have to purchase your love? In other words, are you going to be there because you want to be with me? Or do I got to buy your love? That means constantly taking you out on dates and buying you materials. And at the end of the day, you're not going to respect me. That's where I'm coming from with that, with number 33. Anybody elaborate on that?
I say that you'll get the first part of that question answered genuinely, but the second part, ain't nobody, listen, okay, we find a woman who's going to be open and honest and not say, hey, I want all this material. I want all the other things and materialistic. They're going to say, oh, no, that's not important. Love is important. So yeah, you're muted, Leon. You're muted.
Oh, my bad. Thank you.
Yeah. So they're not going to outright, oh, yeah, I want you to do all this. But actually, that's what it is. It's about providing, the stable home and, a certain level of things and stuff like that. But yeah, it's I think they'll be genuine in the first part, but the second part, you have to use some tools to discern the validity of an answer in the second part. Bottom line, some people may not be able to see if she's just out there for the bag, but you have to know is she looking for the fucking bag or not. That's on you to know.
That's right, and that brings us. Go ahead.
I think you ask her and then you pay attention and let her show you, because you can ask a woman something and she could be just like fronting. So for your own well-being, you have to pay attention. Does her words match her actions? And that takes time. I mean, when you're growing a relationship, it takes patience. You can't think that it's going to instantly happen. So you have to move slowly, because men do have a man is supposed to be the what is it? The person that is the breadwinner and all that, traditionally. Okay. So he needs to move slowly. And if she gets impatient with him, then that's another red flag. I mean, I think I'm paying attention to this because I have 2 boys, and there's a lot of good things that I could present to them. I'm liking this 411. I appreciate this.
Hey, we may have to go over some of this when we get to Nate's show, but I'm gonna go ahead to number 34, since now we're over the halfway mark. 34. If a woman wants you as a man to remember special days, and I mean special days such as birthdays and holidays, ask her for the same request. Now, a number of women, I'm using the word number and percentage, they get upset if we don't remember birthdays and holidays, but some of them aren't around for holidays either because they're busy going way back to what I said in my earlier ones with their family and girlfriends, and they're leaving you in the dust. And when the dust settles, which means after the holidays are over, then they want to get back on a horse and ride it again.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
How do you feel about when a woman buys you a gift for your birthday and she buys herself some lingerie, or she buys herself a new perfume that she knows you're gonna love? You ever had a woman buy a gift like for you that she wears because she knows how much you're gonna like it?
Yeah, Tommy Jean did it.
She did.
Yeah.
That's not really a gift for you,
Well, something like that, like the launch, like it's I got this for your birthday. Yeah, that is kind of a present wrapped in it. But yeah, I guess as it goes on, or it has.
That goddamn lingerie is gonna last all of 60 seconds.
Yeah, you're gonna unwrap the gift. That's true. That's true. But Nate and Matt and the whole panel. I actually brought that question, and you went the other way with it, which is good. But I brought that question to the forefront because a number of women, they want us to remember the special days for them, but they don't remember the special days for us. That's
no
what
doubt. No doubt.
That's why I'm saying ask her for the same request.
I got one.
Go ahead, bro.
This. Every time my team wins or loses, you do the do.
Well, what team is that? What team is that?
Pittsburgh.
Hey, big man. Now, love you as a brother, but I'm a Baltimore Raven fan, bro.
Man, listen. Well, that was my era growing up.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was a Colt fan until they moved to Indianapolis. So
yeah.
Nate, if she buys lingerie and perfume, it's because she wants to give you an extra gift. Just remember that, and she wants to look good for you when she gives you that
gift. Give me something that is exclusively for me, please. That's all.
That's a good point, Nate. Yeah.
That's not a lot to ask.
It's not, man. It's not a lot to ask. Absolutely.
Now, number 35, and I think this is right in Brother Matt's because he's going to go raw with this one. Men, and maybe you guys will too. Men, learn to be men. Stop trying to please her by trying to make her happy. If she isn't happy prior to seeking a relationship, walk away. It's not your job to change her for who she is. Also, it's not the man's job to rehabilitate her into being what he wants her to be.
Well, yeah. I mean, can't turn her over to a housewife if hoes are. That's who she's going to be. And if she ain't happy, then fuck her. I mean, you can only put so much energy into a chick. If she's not willing to make the change or meet you halfway or work with you, then fuck her. Because like my man said earlier, there's 8 billion motherfuckers out here. Bitch, right? You're just the option. Fuck you. Fuck you. You don't want to work with me? You want to be on that stupid, stubborn, I'm going to be who I'm going to be. Take me as I am shit. Bitch, bye. Again, there's a lot of cats out here that can't operate like that, man. And it's sad.
That's damn sure. That's what I believe too. Like you're saying, Big Body. You have to be a woman, and then when you meet the man and get with the man, you're gonna be on that particular program. But the parts are already there. You're already gonna be a well-functioning car. Now, if this motherfucker say, okay, I'm gonna take this well-functioning car and maybe I'll slap some rims or whatever, put the color, hang a fucking air freshener tree on the rearview mirror and drive it to a destination. That's all that's needed. We have to be whole vessels. And what it is, we've given too many people, women and men, but women in particular, we've given them the ability to do whatever the fuck they want to do without having accountability and being responsible. So how can you pitch in if you're not a whole fucking vehicle in the first place?
Yeah. Well, number 36, if you find out via conversation that she is self-absorbed, I call it narcissistic, when everything is about her and she feels she doesn't have to reciprocate, don't get involved with her. What say you, panel?
That's a given.
That was my ex-wife, God damn it.
Oh man.
But unfortunately, that's a substantial number of women, period. It really is. They grow up with this idea, the whole princess, and you know what I've been thinking about. I'm probably gonna do a stream on it.
Yeah.
If a woman wants a wedding, fine. You get your big wedding at the 10, 15, or 20-year mark. No more big weddings to start things off. Small ceremony, maybe a little destination joint on the beach in Jamaica or something. That's it. That is it. You get this big production wedding after 10, 15 or 20 years. That's it. You do not get that big wedding in the beginning. You earn that big wedding.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? That's just like with the chicks that have kid after kid after kid. How many fucking baby showers do you want? God damn.
They had the baby shower because they're not having a wedding. But
let me just say something.
I never thought of that.
Let me just say something too on that wedding thing. I know it's sidetracked. I did wedding photography until my son came along. And what I noticed with my wedding, with others, with some people, co-workers and stuff like that, Black people are the only motherfuckers I know who don't get a profit on their wedding. Like I think Kevin Samuels mentioned this shit the other night. I had a co-worker, we were getting married at the same time. We were talking about wedding lists and who to invite. I already knew certain people couldn't be invited. And he was saying that he invites people. It's determined by who invited he and his family prior and their ability to give a gift. And if they couldn't give a gift, fuck them. Because our wedding cost $25,000 and she kept trying to run the tab up. Kept trying to run it up. And then when you look at it at the end of the day, motherfuckers weren't even covering the cost of a plate. And back then, a plate was $135 per person. And they wanted to have kids and everything else. So when you get married, Kevin, I'm glad Kevin Samuel brought that shit up. You tell these broads, if you want to get married, this is how the shit going down, because this is a business transaction. We about to put out this money, and your daddy ain't got no motherfucking dowry. Your daddy ain't give me no dowry. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna do this shit my way. We ain't inviting no motherfucker. If we have a wedding, they gotta pay up for all this other shit. Put the money in the hand beforehand.
Fuck it, go to City Hall. Go to City Hall, nigga. $50 and be done with.
That's what I'm saying. Have a destination because at the end
have
of
a
the
little
day,
small destination joint, and once you give me 10 years of complicity and children and respect and being on my program, I'll give you your $20,000, $30,000 joint. No problem.
There you go. Because everybody else marries with the underlying mission of getting money. They marry because they know that their guests will cover the cost of. See, and that was my thing. I always thought you got to cover at least 2 or 3 times the cost of your plate. So this couple, most times it's the man who's going. She wants to get married, but it's her man who's taking all his motherfucking money to pay for the wedding because your daddy ain't got no dowry if he's even there. And you're spending all this money, and then what happened? That could have been money to put down on a house or a business venture.
Absolutely.
But also I wanted to say too, while on this number, listen, we have to really start paying attention to these women who say that they want a partner, that they want someone to compliment them, to someone to help them accomplish their goals. That's a self-centered motherfucker right there. That's the first red flag.
They talking about what they want. They don't even make it sound mutual. Exactly. They don't even make it sound mutual.
Exactly. So once you get into the relationship, you already agreed to the point that you here to help her motherfucking ass.
Good point.
You gotta pay attention to how she says you, and she says me instead of looking at we. I want someone I could be we with. Okay, we means you and her. I mean, if she's not talking about wanting to be there for the man, if she's not wanting to compliment, you do have to pay attention to that, because I have noticed that. I've noticed a couple guys I know get divorced because they wasted 10, 15 years and all they did was bring her up and she broke him down.
Yep, I attest to that. Put the
wife that is important. You have to pay attention to what she says. Like I said, you have to pay attention. Does her words match her actions?
That's right.
Yeah, I've seen it happen too many times. It's really sad because they are good men, and it's just sad because I realized that looking at a lot of my guy friends. But there's hope, y'all. Even if you've gone through that, the one that will compliment you will come. You build yourself up, like they say, you build it, they come. You build yourself up as a man, the one will come.
And that
And your life will be beautiful.
and move. That's true. Moving on to number 37. Now, here's one I feel pretty passionate about. If, and I see a number of women with this, if she has grown children past the age of 23, and I'm talking about able body, I mean, if they're going to college, that's one thing. But if they're not giving her any rent money or anything, or she's got grandkids or any other family members living with her, don't get involved with her. Why? Because there is a point in her life where children should be on their own, taking care of their own offspring if they have their own family. I see too many women, and that's almost like we talk about single mothers here, but we don't talk about the mothers. I call them the sister-daughter relationship, like in Smothered, where the grown kid is always around, I mean, living at home, not doing anything, but mooching.
That woman is an enabler. You have to recognize what an enabler is. If she's not making her own kids be responsible, that means that she would suffocate you. She would mother you to death. That's the kind of woman she would. She would want you to move in and help take care of her, what she thinks is her responsibility.
Well, a lot of those women don't want the children to leave because if the children leave, they'll have nobody. They want their 28, 32-year-old daughter and son there. That they do, you know. So you got to keep that in mind too.
It's the pension plan.
Exactly. Exactly.
I ain't gonna conform to no man. Ain't no way in the hell I'm gonna listen to what a man got to say. But I'll keep on living the way I live. My kids will take care of me when I'm old.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah.
I have firsthand experience.
Well, if a man goes to a house like that, how can he walk around and go get Kool-Aid in the middle of the night butt naked?
Well,
You know
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Just go
Here's
do
the
it.
thing. A man can't go into a woman's house. That's the first fail. A man cannot go into a woman's house. That's the first fail. You can't do it.
Right.
If you look at the relationship and you see down the road that a woman can't come into your quarters, that you just gotta, it gotta be fuck buddies. You gotta like you gotta leave it where it is. You gotta decide what it's gonna be. If you as a man who are building yourself up or who has built itself up, you obviously have a domicile, a structured way of living. You are to bring someone into your realm. You don't go. You fucked up if you're going to her house. Let's just say it. You're not a man. You got to get your shit together. If you go into her house, if you two can't at the minimum get your own fucking house, never go into her house.
No.
And that moves on to number 38. And this is about romance. Okay. You got to let her know that, because, you know, a number of women say they love romance, but here's what they won't tell you. Romance is mutual, unexpected, reciprocal, and spontaneous. If she doesn't agree with those aspects of romance, don't get involved with her.
Another area of it's all about me. That is a good tell, Leon. That's a good tell.
And here's another one that you guys are probably going to like, because this goes by, and Brother Nate, you brought it up last night with O'Shea and that woman dating baby, the brother dating baby number 5.
If you can repeat that one more time, I'm sorry, man.
Remember you bought that white guy that
yeah.
And he spent like what was it, $72 on
an entree. Yeah, just an entree.
Okay, I'm going. This is where I'm going to break it down, and I added inflation to this. 39. Don't spend more than $50 on a date until she shows you she has earned your respect. Her respect that she gets from a man will be based on what she contributes to the relationship. So
hold on, I gotta speak on that, man. Cause
go ahead, brother Matt.
Say don't spend 50, but you got a cat like me. I'm at least at minimum 30 to 40 myself on the meal myself. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm a big steak eater, so if I take a chick out the Outback to eat, you know, between 30 to 40, that's going to myself, man. So, I mean,
Well, I know you and I had conversations on the phone where you went in there and we were talking about how you tore up a whole chicken, brother. I still, because I used to be able to do that. So yeah, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is I had to put a dollar figure because guys are spending too much money on a woman, and she's using her extra guys to do the same thing. She's bilking up by wanting a free dinner.
well, what if she's willing to even, leave the tip, a decent amount tip at the end? I mean, because that speaks volumes as well. She's willing to leave the tip after I pay for the meal, or if she's even willing to pay half the bill. Because I run into chicks that be off that type of shit, man.
Well, most of them don't even put anything down, bro. And welcome GK back to the building. Got to unmute yourself. As
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right, brother. I'm glad you back up. Meet my brother, Big Nate.
How you doing, sir?
Yeah, these are some of my old.
Hey, good evening.
By the way,
Good
Austin
evening.
Allison, Big Mag, and Big Nate, brother Matt Coley, which we met in person. He's from Camden, New Jersey. GK is from up the way from you, little Big Nate. He's from Charlotte.
Okay, cool.
We've been talking. We've been on YouTube. I was on his panels when they had Google Hangouts back in 16 and 17, so I had to bring him up there. But brother Guy King, I put a number on this. When you go out with a woman, how much do you spend on her? I said $50 number on it because, okay, guys are going to still take women out on dates. I know there's some guys who don't believe in doing it, but they're going to be guys that are going to take women out on dates. And depending on where you live, and it goes back to the second item I said, don't take her to anywhere that's expensive. And I think $50, it can go a long way if you know how to, and this is teaching money management, if you know how to spend it. What say you, Brother King?
I was gonna say probably the best method is to not spend money if she's not your woman. Yeah, I'm sorry about this noise in the background, but
we'll get through it.
I'm not perfect. I've spent money when it's not my woman, but I don't suggest doing it. Try to avoid it if you can.
Absolutely. Okay.
You know what's crazy? It used to be a time, like Eddie Murphy said back in the day, when you knew if you going to eat, you ordering from the fucking side of the menu. That used to be a thing.
I think that, you should try to do a date where it don't cost you any money. Like there's some people aren't creative anymore. Like I just went on a date the other day, okay? And we didn't spend really not even $20. We walked the river walk and stuff like that, okay? I mean, it was nice. Just to spend some time, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't
I'm glad you said that.
money for a date.
I'm glad you said that. I believe men should invite women out to something that doesn't cost, and a woman who's interested will show up.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Very true. She will. If she's feeling you, like he's a cornbread country boy. So when he was talking to me, I was like, hey, but yeah. I wasn't thinking about money. I was like, this is a real man, a whole man. So, the whole time I wasn't thinking about money. I was just like, yeah. And if she doesn't smile when she's with you, that's another sign. Okay.
That's a good point. I never thought of that.
I would also add age in, because myself, I deal with a lot of younger women, And I'm not going to expect a 21-year-old or 20-year-old to pay her way
Right, right.
the way that I would expect a 28 or a 30-year-old. There's no way I'm paying for a 28 or a 30-year-old.
Oh, I understand that. Well, you know what, Brother King? Just for you, you're going to like number 40 because you and I talked about this. We spent a few hours talking about this, and you did a video on it, and I wonder if it's still up. 40, beware of the so-called Christian woman. They will use religion as a convenience. A number of so-called church women, and this is just my take on it, are dysfunctional, delusional, and hypocritical. What say you, Brother King? Because you did the Christian. Remember that video you did.
Give me one moment, and I'm gonna come right back. Let somebody else take it. I'm gonna come back to it. Give me a moment.
Okay. Anybody.
Okay, I'll speak on that. If she's in the club all week and then she's all righteous on Sunday, run, man, run.
You even have them in church all during the week, being the same old thing underneath. You know, it's a lot of times people use the attendance of church for the crutch, and you know, for them being dysfunctional in the outside world. So it's you have to be careful with it. You know, when you're hearing that language of, you know, God gonna do this and God. See, today what the church has told women too is that it's God, then it's them. A man ain't nowhere in the equation. A man got to be a man of God, which means that they say God, then you, the woman. You know, you have to be careful with it because she's going to church. What I see is this: I see the older women, once they go through not having a man all their life, when they get older, they go to the church.
That's true.
So that's been there, you know, for the one. It's going to be there for the one in their 20s too. They ain't got no man. They ain't gonna, you know. Yeah, it's one thing to be religious, and another to use it as a crutch.
And they like the religion, in my opinion, for two reasons. Number one, the religion excuses or washes away all the horrible things that they've done.
Yes.
So they can keep doing it. Number two, they love the theatrics. Women love the theater. And that's a lot of times with churches, you know, past the watermelon seed, you know, sweating everywhere and in his zoot suit, you know, screaming and yelling and shit and sweating.
That's it.
Good point. Good point.
Well, you could also tell what kind of woman she is by what church. Like if she is a church woman, go to church with her on Sunday and see how the church actually functions and everything, and it'll tell you a lot about her. You would pay attention to the people in the church and how they act and the congregation, because when you are a Christian, you are a part of that church. So how they present themselves will tell you a lot about how she is. The church is supposed to put the man in the head. It's supposed to be God, the husband, then the wife. If it's that church is not talking in that manner, then that's not a good church, and that woman's being misled. I'm just giving you my opinion on it.
Yeah, and that goes to the point of what I'm saying, what I've said. You don't hear the message of, you know, the father, the man in the house. It's God the Father, and then you, prosperity. You know, it's about you. What, you know, you get out of the deal. They don't even have an element of amends, which is, we all know amends is, okay, you're wrong, you do something, you amend it by not repeating the same mistake. Like Big Nate was saying, little Big Nate said, they go to church to wash away the sins. There's no amends in that. It's just to wash away the sins, wash, rinse, repeat. I can go back on, you know, boo-boo, the janitor, be-by, to drop my 11:30 penis appointment off, and I can just keep doing what I'm doing.
I think a lot of Christian women are choosing religion over a man, or they're feeling complacent. Like as long as they got Jesus, they don't need a man.
Yes.
Because Jesus, because it's fictitious or because it's not tangible, they don't have any standards. There's no standard. There's no standard for her to meet. She doesn't have to really meet anything. I mean, you know, they don't even read their scriptures.
Yeah. And another thing, I think that the sex toy industry, I think we need to get rid of it. We need to get rid of the sex toy industry, man.
I'm for getting rid of the sex toy industry because there is some strange stuff in there. Like I've seen some things, and I mean, I don't even know how it functions. Okay, I'm just looking at it like, what is this?
Yeah.
Wow. But like, if she did follow scripture, she would find that the scriptures tells you how to love the man, how to cater to the man, and everything. But so many churches have got away from scripture, and they're just more about that offering plate. It's become like a money thing with the churches. Because I've
That's
been to
right.
church, quite a few churches, and they didn't care about anything besides what I was going to put in that plate. Like, and if I didn't put any money in that plate, boy, you should have seen the faces I got. I was like, oh, really? Is it like that? I mean, I told the pastor because he was looking at me funny because I didn't put no money in there. I said, the Lord said, come as I am, and I am broke today. But yeah, you have to. There's a lot of stuff. How many is there? Like, how deep does this rabbit hole go? 411.
Well, we're on number 41 now, so I'm telling you. And this is one this was already said, but I'm going to go over it again. Men, never seek a relationship with a woman who comes from a single parent household headed by the mother. And I say that because she will never see any men as positive role models. Her biggest influence will be the mom who is angry at the father.
This is absolute truth. Absolute truth. But the problem is where you gonna find them at, because they're the majority now.
Yeah, that's true.
The majority, depending on the generation, depending on what age you are, or what age woman you're interested in. But I mean, they're all coming up single mothers now.
Yeah, it's
So what do
hard.
you do?
Well, you do have women who are hearing the message and want different outcomes. So it's like, listen, I'm not, listen, I am for proper protection of our young black kids, and I am of the mind that my generation is lost. I only have hope for younger generations. And I think that young women and young men are seeing what's going on, and they're getting exposed to the information, and it will allow them to get different outcomes. So, in my, like, for me, I don't know how many women out there who want to do something different. I think it's a needle in a haystack. So I approach it in that way. But I think that people are looking for different outcomes, man, and the information is here.
Can I push back against number 41 real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Even though I think it's absolute truth, I think there's another side of it as well. There are a lot of women that did have two-parent homes, and still garbage.
Oh, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So again,
that come down to the parents though. You gotta ask yourself, well, how are the parents? How are they as people?
I think you have to look at her as an individual because some people could have the best upbringing and be the most hateful people. So I think it's about what is that woman about? What is she? Is she an individual? How is she treated? Because some women come from single father parenthood, like the parent households. So I don't know. I think I would look at it as an individual basis, like what kind of woman she is.
Well, it's clear that
it's a big thing on that though. Like that is a prevalent thing to look at, and the way to find how that is see how the mom talks about how the father was. Like, does she badmouth him? That's a tall tale sign. She probably has put that in her kid's head.
That's those are good points. Yeah, that's true.
My phone is about to die 411, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. But it's been very interesting. Nice meeting you, You awesome men.
Nice
Y'all,
meeting you too.
it's been very educational. Like the hamster in the brain is going and the light is flickering. It's awesome.
Well, I
Y'all
thank
have
you.
a good night.
Hey, you too. And thank you
All
for
right.
coming up on the
Too,
panel,
sweetheart.
False Malice. All right. We are on number 42. I may do a few more because it is 10:28. Well, we're all in the Eastern time zone, I presume. Good. All right, number 42. Here's one that I struggle with, but there are no number of crazy people out there, and I'm going to say, and this should apply today because people are more crazy now. Because some of these rules I wrote up years ago, but they still apply. But number 42, when you first meet a woman, I believe Big Mac, you said, do not go to her house or do not invite her over to your house until you believe this is the person you want in your life. And I say that because you should have maybe, 4 to maybe 12 months. And this is with the internet. You have a number of individuals who live far away from each other, so the amount of physical time that you spend isn't great. So I would say before, you want it to be serious. Well, at first, get a hotel room. If you and that person become physical, men, you don't want to let everyone you meet know where you reside because it's too many crazy people that will invoke harm if the relationship doesn't work, and that's fact. How do you all respond to that?
We should not believe in you, Jenny.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's just a part of the game. Whether you really out seeking for true companionship or you just on your player shit, you never know. You never let a broad know where you lay at from the jump, man. She got to work her way into getting to know that because like you said, man. Some chicks. You never know. You might give her the dick all good, and next thing you know, she get all dickmatized and start stalking you and shit, doing all types of stupid shit, hiding in the bushes on you, or fucking know where you live at and bust your windows or vandalize your property type shit. So, for the most part, you don't let them know where you stay at, man. You give them motel status, man.
Do a little Jasmine Sullivan, bust the windows out your car. You remember that song?
Yeah.
I like dealing with women that have something to lose, like a nurse, like a professional woman, it's so I don't mind them coming over the house early. I'll be honest with you. The house helps me close the deal. I was going to be honest with you. And, but you have to be very selective. You have to be very, very selective. And with me, it's not about quantity. It's about the quality. I actually like to be able to have a decent conversation with the woman. So I'm very particular about who I mess with anyway. So, but I don't mind, within the first month or so, if we're going out for lunch once a week or within the month's time, you can come through. No problem.
Yeah, that's as I've gotten older, now, being recently divorced, I'm not on the chase like that all the time. So it's all about, the quality of what's going on. I tend to, if you're showing signs that I don't want you around, ain't no way in the hell it's going to go anywhere. You're going to be in my house anyway. But a lot of times it's hard. Like, I don't want you, I don't want you coming to the house too soon because one, I have a child.
Yeah.
And secondly, it kind of changed. You go into somebody's house. I'm not saying I got the best of my life is not the best, but when they look around, they see nice appointments and shit like that.
Absolutely.
And so it changes the attitude.
Absolutely.
So you have to have the time, like you're saying, you have to have the time to allow her real self to show up. So too early is a bad thing. But if I judge that she has a certain level, Yeah, within a month's time, yeah, you probably come through. You know, if we're seeing or talking or whatever. But it's hard. It's crazy. It's scary because I would want to see your fucking house before you came to mine anyway.
Well, that's exactly what you said, brother Big Mac, because it could be dirty. Because you know, some women keep some dirty houses. I know when I was an exterminator, and you know, I worked in Philadelphia. And I would go in a number of single women's houses, and they would ask me, "Well, why do I have roaches?" But you turn around, look at the trash piled up. They don't do the dishes. I mean, the refrigerator is bad, and some of them live very, very filthy. And these were African American women too.
It's like the prettier they are, the worse it could be. Like, I'm not saying that's always the case, but if they're very, very, very attractive and they're messy, their house is very, very fucking messy. That beauty, that sexual marketplace value, all that shit outweighs and tips the scale. And I'm bad as a fuck. I don't have to be clean. It's crazy.
That's it. We're moving on to number 43, and this is where you got to be stoic, as a Free Zone said. Men, be confident in yourself as a man. Don't let a woman shame you or insult you into a relationship. Someone will try to get you into one because they see that you got something that they want. So I'm just going to say this. Know your worth as a man, and don't be politically correct, because you as a man don't owe her anything because she is a woman. Brother Matt, that's one for you, brother. And brother God King, that's
Can I just say that a woman of value would not need to persuade a man to commit?
That's true.
You wouldn't. I mean, you would probably. Most men would be the one trying to persuade her if she was of value.
What, her degree and all her debt and her leased BMW doesn't make her of value? Oh wow, okay.
Working themselves to death.
And real quickly, I was just gonna say this. It's also a sign that she's probably been run through if she's chasing a relationship.
That's true too. Yeah. Yeah.
Or you know, she getting older and her time is running slim, and she titties might start sagging, ass dropping, and face starting to get facial wrinkles and old age type shit. So she might be trying to like hurry up and try to snag something so she could have something to call hers before she really starts having the old woman look syndrome. You know what I mean? I got a cousin like that. Honestly, still think she got it going on, but no, she's fucking falling off the cliff. So she's trying to grab her a piece of a man before she end up being old and fucking lonely forever.
Yeah.
No common story these days. Common story.
Yeah. Number 44. Here's one. If a woman isn't secure with her life or has her has her priorities wrong, and she fails to take responsibility for her decisions and is combative, controlling, and has children out of wedlock from two
leave her the fuck alone. That is my baby mom from the whip. That is my baby mom right there. You mentioned it. Leave that bitch the fuck alone. That's the next fucking train to hell if you have to. Just get the fuck away from that bitch.
Damn.
Listen,
a bitch that can't take accountability for her actions and got a bunch of fucking kids by the neighborhood and shit. Oh, fuck that. Get the fuck out of Dodge.
That's it. That's it.
You in for a fucking highway to hell and a ride full of aggravation.
Now, number 45 is key too. As a man, you should take care of yourself by keeping up with your appearance, and you should expect the same from her. Men are visual, so physical chemistry is very important.
Hey, I believe women are just as visual. I think it's just
I believe that too. That's true.
You're absolutely right. Listen, I'm a little overweight. I'm back in the gym now, and it's absolutely true. You can't expect, you know, you can't expect something that you're entitled to attract. I believe that wholeheartedly.
And I think that men will lax their standards on looks much more than women will lax their standards on looks. If you don't look a certain way, women not trying to touch you, but a man, he'll accept something that's beneath what he prefers. You know what I mean? Women will not. And I think that's just hypergamy. That's a form of hypergamy, you know.
Okay, good points. All right, number 46. Here's one. You guys, and there, Brother Nate, we talked about hobosexuals. This one right here, 46, this indicates it. Do not move into a woman's home because she will remind you when she gets angry that she's paying all of the bills. And especially if you're contributing nothing, she will eventually have you removed from her house. Then she'll invite you back into her residence when it's convenient for her. But she will also let you know that this is her house.
Women
my
love
shit.
to
This is
abuse
my shit.
power.
One of them bitches.
Never, ever, ever. It was a fucking sad thing. When my ex-wife, right, all the nurses that were coming up, they get to a certain start making the money. There was one of her colleagues in my neighborhood who bought a house by herself. Can't do a motherfucking thing. Squirrels got in the roof. I had to go over there. Tree fell. I'm over there. All this other shit. The power is getting that house or that apartment so that they can lay down the fucking rules. As a man, you can never, ever, 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 under any fucking circumstances, never go into a woman's house and live. Cut your balls and your dick off, leave them at the door. Don't ever go in their fucking house.
Even if you're paying 50% of the bills, it's still her house, her name on the lease.
You pay 100%. 100%.
She's still gonna flex on it.
Because they have that fucking mental that convenient. What do you call that? The amnesia that comes when you want it to come. Selective amnesia shit.
Selective fucking memory.
Yeah. If she's unwilling for you to go into a separate house and share that, go into a different apartment to get your own or come into yours, don't fuck with her. Don't fuck with her.
Women love to abuse power.
Yep.
Just watch how women with wrenches in these chats act. Like on a woman's platform, you say anything the slightest bit out of pocket, they're shutting you down. Women, when you give women power, they tend to abuse it. And when she's got the power of kicking you out, dude, that's what she's gonna do when you make her mad enough. So no, you never move in.
Well, you know what, fellas? I don't know if y'all ever, y'all probably have. You're old enough. You come across that woman that says stupid shit that lets you know like she's never she's never even really had shit of her own, or B, she's just a fucking possessive, controlling, stupid bitch that just is all about herself. She'll say stupid shit like close my door or cut my lights off or get out of my kitchen. My, like goddamn bitch. It can't be the kitchen, it can't be the lights, it can't be the door. It's gotta be my shit, bitch. Fuck you.
Bro, they got subconscious tells. It's all Freudian slips. You gotta listen to the language, man. You gotta hear that shit.
That's all not.
I remember the one time. Now here's the deal. This girl, beautiful Nigerian girl, she was living in her mother had a 2-family in the Bronx, and I still had my apartment in Manhattan. So in the back of my mind, I knew to never give up my shit. But it came a time in a relationship where I'm constantly over there. So when I heard to get out, I got my shit and took back my apartment. and it was over after that. It was done. It was done. The relationship was over. You said the magic fucking words, get out. That's it. It's a wrap. Never be in that position. Never. And you know, and again, we have to give it to, I don't think men go into women's houses. Men just don't do that.
Yo, I always said, if I get down and out, and I know a lot of fucking broads, man, with their own shit. But if I ever get down and out, I'll go sleep in a fucking homeless shelter, or I'll go get up in a fucking truck and drive across country and live out the back of that cab before I fucking live off a bitch, man. Fuck that shit, man.
Yeah, see, and that's what I'm talking about, because in my generation, we the ones who got tricked and fooled, man. But motherfuckers are waking up. People are waking up. I believe that wholeheartedly. Never go sleep on a friend's motherfucking couch before you go to a woman's house, man. No good comes of it. The power dynamic is already shifted into a position that you will never, ever, ever exercise an upper hand, rule, parity, anything else. You're done. You're done.
Hey, gentlemen, I'm a bounce. My man, salute brother 411. I got to get some grub. Man, great conversation, gentlemen.
All right, good.
Be in the clouds.
Good conversation, brother. Thank you for coming up the panel.
I am too, Leon. I have to get ready for work. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be listening on my phone once I get ready.
Okay. Thank you for coming up to the panel, yourself, brother, and God bless.
All right, everybody. Peace, man. Nice meeting you, Sigma. Nice meeting you, big body.
All right, peace, brother. You have a good night, man.
All right, peace.
All right, peace. All right, brothers. We still on it. We've been up here for about 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to.
I think I'm gonna get ready to cut this off myself. Do you guys have any? And we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up next week. Just be around. We'll pick it up. It's 11:15. But again, I just want to thank both of you. I mean, you helped make this panel go, and you guys are truly fantastic YouTubers. And want you back for the next one and other ones. And you and I talked about it, brother GK, and of course, brother Matt. I've known you all for a little bit, and you know, all I want to say is, you know, what I wrote out here. It's based on the individual, and when it comes to us as men, I want us to have better standards. That's why I came up with this information. Yeah, we still got 19 or 20 more to go. We'll pick it up next week. But I just want to thank you all for coming here on the panel.
Right.
And
got a great group of guys, man.
Well, thank you. Well, good. I wanted you to see who I was actually conversing with, and you all are great guys. And I'm gonna go ahead and shut this down. And you have any last words, brothers?
So y'all be well.
Hey, man. I said it before and I say it again. Mother made you, motherfuck you. If it don't make $1, it don't make sense.
I like that. And again, thank you for coming up here, brother Matt. And we'll converse. We'll converse by phone. I'm gonna go get some sleep. And brother GK, you got anything else?
No, not too much. I'll be ready for the next one though.
All right, Wednesday, I'll put it out.
All right.
Next
Sounds good.
Wednesday. So
Y'all be well.
I'm gonna drop you both down, and I want you to have a wonderful and gracious night, and do my monologue, and I'm gonna head to bed myself here.
All right, man.
All right, peace, my brother.
All right, brothers. Y'all have a good night.
And again, very interesting stream tonight, and I want to thank the chat. And you know, at the end of the day, I came up with this information because it's about us as men having standards. Because a number of us, we will go out and mess around with anything. So, with that being said, I want you to take heed to the information. You don't have to agree with it all. You don't have to agree with any of it. But just understand, as a human, we all need to know who we are and who we're dealing with. And we need to know what we want in life. So we have to be truthful. A lot of us play around with the fantasy. Life is real out here. There are challenges. This is why a number of us are red pill. A number of us want to travel, but even that's not 100%. So at the end of the day, for the individuals out here, particularly the fellas, well, and the women as well, I want you to think about your life and not be selfish. And if you have issues, get help, because it's all about responsibility and accountability. And that's my commentary for this edition of the 411 Talk Zone radio show right here on YouTube. If you like what I just presented, please comment, share, and subscribe. And if you are looking for some more educational content, check out my other channel, The Mind of STEM. And on that channel, you get a daily dose of science, technology, engineering, and math. And what I present on the Mind of STEM channel, I talk about complex numbers, horticulture, cybersecurity, and industrial engineering examples of subjects. And also, still do have my blog talk radio show. I got to get that running again. 215-383-5785 is the number. Now, if you cannot find me on YouTube or Blog Talk Radio, you can simply check me out on Twitter, MeWe, and Parler for the 411 Talk Zone radio show. And for the Mind of STEM channel, you can check me out on Twitter. But at the end of the day, I want to leave you with this. Be blessed for what you have. Don't worry about what you don't have. Always know that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. And for you individuals who disagree with this material, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. But if the shoe fits, wear it. If you don't like the shoe, change it. Coming up next week, we're going to get into part 2. But once again, thank you for listening to this edition of the 411 Talk Zone radio show right here on YouTube. Till next time, my name is Leon Jones. I want you all to have a wonderful and gracious evening. God bless you. I'm out.